Hey, David Cinco. I appreciate the comment. However, I will not be using your creator code. I'm sorry to say. So please don't come in here and solicit in my chat. Yo, what is going on, everybody? Happy weekend, happy Saturday. Today is a special day. We are foregoing some game development for some fun today. Hope everyone's having an awesome weekend. Today, in about 13 minutes, is going to be the Fortnite Metallica concert. So I'd really like to show all that off to you guys. Let's go ahead and switch over to the desktop and see if we can get that up and going here. Let's see. We gotta get Epic Games up and running. I hope I don't have an update. I might. Oh shit, I do. Probably should have done this earlier to get it ready, but that is okay. Let's see. This should go pretty quick, though. I have pretty fast internet. But yeah, how's everyone's day going? I hope good. You know, another thing I'm going to do really quick. I have my fan on because it's pretty hot today. So I'm going to adjust my threshold settings to hopefully not hear my fan so much. That shouldn't affect you guys because I have a different mic setup going into the stream. So that'll just help my hearing because I can hear the fan in my headphones as I talk. That's a little bit better, I guess. Let's just save that, get rid of that. Yeah, here we go. We're going pretty fast here, like almost 70, 60 megabytes per second. That's pretty quick. But we'll be up and going before the concert starts, hopefully. So now I might have to adjust the mic settings on the stream mic though, because I'm using NVIDIA Broadcast to remove any background noise. So you guys can't even hear that fan, I'm hoping. I thought I had it set up on this computer, on the gaming computer, but I realized that the audio going out from my GoXLR mixer was not using NVIDIA Broadcast, so my streaming computer was getting it without any of the noise removal. So I've since switched up my audio setup, and I'm hoping that maybe it's going to sound a little better today. I should probably also look at the Yeti settings really quick. Yeah. So this is my broadcaster voice. I'm just kidding. Cool. Okay, I think that's good. It looks like the mic, it might even be a little too loud for you guys. I'll have to double check that. Yeah. So yeah, this will just take a minute. Uh-oh, it looks like my download stopped. Maybe because it's trying to catch up, it's trying to finish writing the disk. Yeah, there we go. Alright, we're almost done. We're like 2/3 of the way there, I guess. It says 44%, but the download is 2/3 of the way there. The writing to disk will be pretty fast. You can see it's writing like 2 gigabytes per second, so it's the verifying, the reading of the downloaded files that seems to be slightly slower at like 1/4 of the speed. So we got about 10 minutes left before this is going to start. Hope you guys are super excited. Hope you guys are Metallica fans. Metallica is awesome. And I've seen a few sneak previews, but I tried not to watch anything this morning because I didn't want to ruin it for myself. Let's see. Hopefully this can finish up. I should have done this earlier. That's on me. Because I'd really like to get into the game and adjust my settings for maximum quality and really get that full experience for you guys. Yeah. So, and then even after the concert today, it looks like Fortnite added a new game mode called Reload. And I'm not really sure what that's about. It kind of looks like Battle Royale mode with the ability to respawn after you die. I don't know if there's teams. I don't know what that's about. So we'll have to check that out as well, too. That looks pretty cool. And if anyone else wants to jump in and play a few games, we can do that, too. I am all for that. Alright, so it looks like the download's just about done here. It's starting to taper off. Yeah. Luckily I've got fast internet, so that really helps here. We should probably get that window going. Alright, so I'm pretty sure the download's done. It's just reading those downloaded files, and boom. Awesome. Alright, let's go ahead and get this launched. That went quicker than I thought it was going to go. I was worried we'd be going up to the last minute there. I think I have enough time now to get in, change my graphic settings, and we can really get the most out of this experience here. I'll keep the music going in the background for just a second while I change these settings, and then we'll go ahead and mute the music. That way we can hear Metallica. Waiting for updates. All right. Yeah, we got 5 minutes to spare. I think we have just enough time. Hopefully I can get in. Not hearing anything. Oh, now I am. Cool. Alright, so let's go ahead and pump up these settings. In fact, really quick, I'm going to turn up music as well. That's pretty important, I think. In fact, we'll turn up cinematics too. I think that will affect the concert. And let's go look at how we can get the best settings here. Put NVIDIA DLSS on quality. We'll even get some shadows going. I don't know how high I can go. I've never really pushed everything on this computer, but it's pretty powerful. So let's get distance, let's get textures, effects, post-processing. Now, I would do ray tracing, but I have a feeling that might be a little too much. Let's go ahead and turn on Nanite, why not? In fact, we can even change this to PSR Epic. Auto set must be used before enabling dynamic resolution. Oh, is that for real? Okay, let's auto set then. The Epic. There we go. Now we got everything on Epic. Hit apply. Let's see. Yeah, we're still getting 60 frames per second, at least here in the menu. Now I could... oh, wait a minute. That's part of the reason why. Let's see. Yeah, we're still getting 120 in the menu with full settings here. That is amazing. Let's go see how that looks. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Holy shit. I can see, like, every little detail and line and reflection. Nice. Just what I was looking for. So, let's go ahead and... let's see, is there anything else I want to change? I guess I could go to full screen mode. But I like the ability to... I'll get some more performance out of that. So let's go full screen mode. That's probably worth it. Yes, keep those changes, please. Now, can we... I guess recommended is probably the best. The 3D resolution lower. Oh, gotcha. So what if I put it on the recommended? Only available when setting a frame rate. Okay, that's fair. Instead of unlimited, let's go 240, because that's what my monitor maxes out at anyway, and then we can turn on dynamic resolution. Boom. We'll keep it on recommended. Alright, I'm thinking that's probably a little overkill, but we're gonna go with that. Yeah. Let's see. Oh man, we only got like 2 minutes left too to spare. Now, can you guys hear that okay? Maybe I put this back on windowed full screen really quick. That way I can get out app. Oh, keep those changes. Yes, please. That way I can go here and open up my GoXLR settings one more time. And let's just make sure the line out is 100% perfect. Line in can be 100% too. Save all that just in case. And I can turn it up on the mixer too, actually. Now... it should be system perfect. Push to talk. Default should be the chat mic. Oh no, yeah, voice chat output to chat. And the NVIDIA broadcast as the input. Holy cow. Okay, so that might be a little too loud, but yeah, we're good. Now I can, let's go ahead and just exit Spotify. So we got the music off. Let's put this back to full screen and let's get into it because it is time. Oh man, I'm running late. Come on, Fortnite, catch up, hurry, please, keep changes. All right, and play. Here we go, guys. Fortnite Metallica Fuel Fire Fury event. Experience Metallica's music like never before. This journey through 5 iconic songs features gameplay that matches the intensity of the music. Ugh. Yeah. And while this is going on too, I'll try to talk as little as possible too, because I like my viewers to be able to experience the event. All right, here we go. This is it. This is the moment we've waited for. Go ahead and mute these other people. I don't want to hear them. Everyone's joining in. Okay, we'll go drive the little warthog around. Oh. It's kind of some artifacting and glitching in the background here. I don't know what that is. I wonder if that's supposed to be like that. Alright, I think we're starting. Let's check this out, guys. Trying to meet these people, accidentally send a friend request. Oh, what? Man, this is pretty cool. Oh shit! Where am I going? Oh, bro, this guy got in my way. Oh! Oh, where are we? Oh, I see it! I see it! Oh, that's pretty badass. Oh, what? Oh, Kirk. There's Rob. Yeah, yeah. I think that was Hetfield. Oh, what is this? Bro, this is so cool. Oh, shit. We got this, we got this. No! Yeah, I keep falling off. That sucks. Where are we going here? Oh, the battles. Time marches on. Oh, I think we reached the top. Oh, shit. Bro. Oh, what? Dreams that I've been after, stormy lies. Dude, this is dope. It's so fucking cool. Oh, I wish that was longer. Oh, there it is. What? Bro, what is this? A boss fight? Oh, shit. No! Source of self-destruction. Oh, I fell off again. Dude. Faster. Oh shit. We got this, we got this. Oh. Dude, this is so cool. Enter Sandman. I salute you, Metallica. Big Hetfield. Papa Het. Don't forget my son. To include everyone. You in, within, keep you free from sin. Till the Sandman he comes. Sleep with one eye open. Your pillow tight. Man, I love this. I like the virtual characters. Rob looks awesome. Kirk looks awesome. James looks awesome. And Lars looks fucking dope in the back. I can't really see him too well though, because he's... Shut the fuck up, Turtle Boy. Fucking random ass people. Dude, was that it? Oh, I guess that was it. Oh, I can't drive it. It's too bad. Can I do something with the guitar? Oh, that's the bass. Is there a guitar somewhere? No? Dude. That was like, it was too short-lived. That was so cool, but I wish it had been a little bit longer. Like, each song was awesome, and then, it was just kind of like, too quick, though. Metallica loves you, you rock! Yeah, yeah! Bro, it's over already. Oh, man. Oh, that was too quick. I loved it, though. Good. I accidentally sent that friend request out, and I did not mean to. Fuck whoever that was. Bro, can I do it again? I guess I can. Should we do it again? Let's do it one more time, I guess. It was pretty quick, so we'll do it again, and then we'll go check out the new game mode after this. Do that boss fight, though, for Master of Puppets? What? I want, like, that to be its own full game mode. The Master of Puppets mode. That is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, let's do friends only for voice chat. That way I shouldn't get random people talking this time. Bro! It's so cool. I need like a Fortnite emote now. I mean a Metallica emote. I don't have one, if there is one. I'll have to go check the shop after this. I know that their skins are released and stuff. Yeah, I love this hot rod that they come out in. It's so dope. Oh shit. I thought I was in first, but there's one person in front of me. Oh, I'm catching it. Oh, it's Metallica. I thought there was someone in front of me and it was Metallica. This is one of their old school songs, Hit the Lights. Oh, it's like, For Whom the Bell Tolls with Master of Puppets in the background. I didn't hear that the first time. No! What? I did not fall off there. Oh, taking the shortcut. Oh no! That was an unfair start there. Oh, you get experience for doing this too? This is dope. Oh, the bell tolls. Time marches on. No! Alright, we're here. What was next again? It's not the boss fight yet, right? Oh yeah, it's the grinding on the rails. I didn't even realize. Ride the lightning. Son of a fucking bitch. I was just like grinding the rail last time. Alright, here we go. Boss fight. Bro, this thing is so fucking cool. Oh, almost fell off. Oh, don't do that. Bro, this is so cool. Run, run, run. What the? Bro, what did I do? What the fuck? Did I like clip through the ground? What? The food? Man, this is so cool. I want to like play with the guitar, bro. The bass guitar. We'll end up here at the very top. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. I kind of thought that they would play that because of the name of the concert. Oh, don't fall off. Nope. I really just want to get on top of the sign. I love you too, Metallica. I'm just kidding. But I do. I love Metallica. Metallica is the fucking best. Alright, I guess that's enough of that. Man, I really wish it was like a little bit longer though. That, it's just too short-lived, but bro, it's so cool. I love how interactive it is. I love, the different songs that they played. Man, it was awesome. Let's go ahead and turn this back down a bit. That way the music's not blaring in my ears. Yeah, let's see. Is the new game mode out? It is. So we got what? Oh, there's both a zero build and a regular version too. Interesting. So, new map, new mode. It's a new action-packed battle royale mode featuring classic weapons, locations, and vibes. I guess let's go check it out. And yeah, I guess it's a squad game too. So, and they got all the old. They got the plunger grapple. I saw it in the picture there. So reboot your squad and reload. I'm not really sure what that means. Oh, it has its own quests and stuff too. What? And it has storm circles too. What? I'm really interested in this new mode. It's it looked like you had the ability to respawn when you died, which I kind of like because sometimes you'll get into a game and you'll just get like killed really quick. Oh wait, there was quests for the Metallica thing too. Hmm. I don't think that's right. Hold on, guys. I'm just gonna check something really quick. I guess I don't really have time. Wait, okay, so last team standing wins. How does this work? Huh? Oh, what? Everyone's going to like different spots. I'll go to purple then. I'm gonna stay with my teammate here. He's not all by himself. Oh shit. Bro, I hear the rocket launchers too, shit. Ah! I got sniped out the bush. Oh, so you do reboot. Okay. Interesting. I was trying to stay with this guy because he was all by himself, but looks like he's doing just fine then. Well, he was getting hit up a bit. Well, I spawned, like, at my team. let's fly back to these cabins to try to get a weapon. It looks like it was looted already. Got a handgun. Oh, you start with a assault rifle again. Oh shit, I didn't see him on the fucking roof. I suck. Okay, I gotta go look for something really quick while I respawn. Alright, let's try this. Let's get some minis this time. Ah. Yeah, I'm almost dead already. Again. No! Man, you die quick as fuck here. Okay, I guess they're all the same. Man, they got everything. Like, every item you can think of is in here. Oh, it's on top now. Oh, fuck this guy. Oh no, it's right here. It's dumb. Okay, we got ourselves a grapple. No! Shit! Alright, bro, where the fuck is this? Be too many people around. Try to go towards this loot crate, maybe? Those. Captain Bull tilted. Alright, there's another one over here. I need to find some... That right there is what I'm looking for. Gotta stay alive while my guy reboots. There we go. Yeah, we got the revive. Really need something better than... I don't want just this gray, There we go. There's what, 7 people left? You got this, bro. Oh, reboots are ending soon. Okay, so that's when reboot stops. I get it. I get it. I think we want, that. Okay. Shit! Fuck! I was looking for him, but I didn't see him. Hmm. Ah. Come on, Big Junior, you got this, bro. Hey, this game mode's pretty fun. With that right peek. Ah. Damn, GG's, bro. We got second. That was pretty good, my first time. Alright, I'm gonna return to lobby. Alright, give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go help the wifey with something, and then I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Great time to get some water, take a stretch break. I will be right back. Alright, guys, I am back, and I've got a special friend here with me. Say hi to Munchy Boot Boots. Hey, Munchies! Munchies! My kitty Munchy Boot Boot, one of the cutest cats in the whole cat universe. He's checking out Fortnite. You want to play? No, you're done. Go. My God, and she's got sharp claws. All right, we are back. Let's go check out some stuff. Complete the band poster. How do I do that? Complete Metallica quests. Jam at a jams. Oh, this is like in the actual game. Okay, I thought it was like in the concert. You have to get all the Metallica letters, I guess. Collect the Ride the Lightning item. Damage bosses. This is dope. Oops, shit, I accidentally clicked out. Oh, you guys can't even see this anymore anyway, huh? Alright, let's get back. There we go. It's gonna do something here. In fact, let's go to Fortnite version. Pretty dope, pretty dope. Quests. I got a lot of catching up to do. I haven't played in a while. Trying to see if I can get the little yellow dot to go away. Guess not. Alright, back to the Battle Pass. Bro, we got Magneto. Oh, it's coming in 10 days, though. Okay, so I really want to get Magneto. And where are we in the Battle Pass? So... we gotta reach level 11. Oh, we're almost there, actually, when I get some more V-Bucks. The weekly quest. Okay, okay. Yeah, I already knew that there was Lego-style outfits. Damn, so the whole bundle is pretty expensive. Oh, they do have emotes. The Master of Puppets emote. Bro, I feel like I have to get that. Oh, Puppet Master. And you got the car. John Cena. Da 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 da. Nick A30 bundle. Moon Knight, Blade, Inchi. You got the Hawkeye bundle. Kate Bishop. Dang. It's a 4-player emote too, so you could like do it with 4 players. That's crazy. I kind of feel like I need to get this. And it's probably not even playing the music because I think I have copyright turned off. Let's play it for a second. I want to hear what it sounds like. Oh, that's so dope. I gotta get it. Okay, okay. Oh, see? Ah, give me that shiny zap. This item will be removed on June 23rd. Oh, bro, tomorrow's the last day. This one too? Yeah, man, I'm glad I got it. Will this also be removed tomorrow? Yes, it will. Man, I wish I could get the full pack. I could just go with James, because I'm also a guitar player. Although I really like Kirk too. Where's Kirk? Kirk has got the crazy solos. But, I cannot play that well. Well, I kinda can. Bro. I really want Kirk and James. I'm not really a drummer, but Lars is pretty cool. I like how he's hiding his head with the hat, of course. And then Rob Trujillo. Lego James. Oh my god. Hold on. And Lego Kurt. And Lego Lars. And Lego Rob. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Alright, the lightning dropper. Does it play the whole song? I wonder how long it'll play. Now, of course, this whole section of the VOD is going to get muted, because this is probably all copyright music, even though we're doing it in Fortnite. So that's too bad, but this is fucking awesome. And it's playing the full song. I wonder if it plays it like while you're dropping too. And lyrics and everything. I wonder if we leave it here, if we'll get all the way to the crazy solo. Solo's like two minutes of just pure guitar solo. Oh, my eyes. Oh no, it's fading out. No. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, let's go turn back off the creator audio. And then one other thing we should do is probably go back to just our regular settings. And turn off shadows, turn off global illumination, turn off reflections. Epic view distance is good. We'll go, I think we just need low textures, low effects, low post-processing, and it still looks almost just as sharp, actually. Pretty good. Alright, I don't know how much more Fortnite I actually want to play. I am not the biggest Fortnite player anymore. I used to be, but really wanted to get into some game development today too. So I think now that we've checked this out, in fact, maybe we'll play one more game here. Maybe just a regular zero build game. Oh wait, so do I need to purchase the lightning dropper contrail? That's the ride the lightning item, I guess. And then is that then let's see, where are the Metallica? Is that then this? Collect the Ride the Lightning item? No, I guess that's like in-game. Okay. I was like, that's kind of weird that they would make you buy something in the store. Okay, we're gonna swap this one out with the new Metallica one. You can't even hear it anymore. It's funny. Alright, Ooh. Alright, I guess let's get back into some game dev. I don't think I want to play another game. Let's go ahead and close this out. Maybe we'll jump back in a little bit and do the Metallica thing again. Man, that was pretty cool though. It was just, I'm still feeling like it was too short-lived. I wish that it had been a little bit longer. Like each experience, like the race could have been a little bit longer and played most of the Lux Eterna song. Uh, the Hit the Lights concert afterwards could have been. I feel like that was really short. It like they just went to the chorus and then that was it. Um, the what was next? The For Whom the Bell Tolls. That was pretty cool because they were playing both For Whom the Bell Tolls and I could hear Master of Puppets like quietly in the background as well. That was cool. And then Running Up the Clock Tower. Now that one felt like it was pretty long. That was a good experience. Um, and it felt like it was long enough, but just the For Whom the Bell Tolls part. And then after that was it was playing the Master of Puppets solo, like the first solo, not the crazy guitar solo, but just the first acoustic solo, which is also crazy, but not as crazy. And you then ride the lightning on the I guess guitar strings is what I'm thinking that were being struck by lightning. And I didn't even realize the first time around, Ride the Lightning, because that's one of their badass songs too. Um, and then afterwards, the big boss fight with the like heavier metal Master of Puppets version. And I think it even I don't know if it went into the solo or not. I kind of get too caught up in the boss fight when I was there. And then afterwards, into Enter Sandman to end it at the last concert. And I feel like um, that one was pretty cool too. But I kind of wish the boss fight had some more health and wasn't so easy to beat, I guess. It kind of feels timed. It kind of feels like no matter how much you shoot it, um, you're still on a time limit before it switches to Enter Sandman, which is probably the case. The shooting it's probably just for experience. And then Enter Sandman was dope. Um, and I just feel kind of like it ends abruptly. And I was left wanting more each time. And we did it twice too. We did it twice through. And I still just felt like it was too short lived. So I guess I'm going to have to go to another real life Metallica concert, is what I'll have to do. All right. So why don't we go ahead and change the stream title? Da, 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 da. Concert was epic. Now game dev time. And let's switch our category over to software and game development. All right, now did that update? Yes, it did. Okay, cool. So where were we? Yesterday we were working on Midnight Sun. And Midnight Sun is my 2D Metroidvania game that I am coding in Unity. And we basically completed the beginning game loop that's pretty much generic throughout any game. I shouldn't say any game, but like most games have a loop where you boot up the game, you get a splash screen, a few notices, and then you get to a main menu. We can go through, we have all of that. We have a main menu that we can navigate through the different screens like settings and for the game, for audio, for video. We still got to do the input, the control settings. Then we have a few other screens like achievements and extras and the way to quit the game. And then we have a start game screen where you can start a new game or you can load from an existing game. And just yesterday we got the save system working so that we could start a new game. It would create a new save file with all the correct metadata. And it would then save your current location to the game. As in like what location of the map you're on, that is. It would save that to your save file, and then we could quit and we could run the game again, and we could then actually see that there was an existing profile, but we haven't updated it to have the ability to load that existing save file quite yet. Why don't we go ahead and look into that today. There was one thing I wanted to fix up was the hash verification of the save files. So the save manager, let's go ahead and remove that using statement. The save manager has a few different abilities, or my save system, I should say, has a few different features to it. We have one, the ability to save and load data and create save files, of course, that's just standard. But what I'm specifically talking about is we have compression, encryption, and hash verification. And yesterday we went through it all. We got compression and encryption fully working exactly how it was supposed to be. There was, I think, just something wrong with the algorithm that we were able to go through yesterday and get corrected. So now encryption and compression are fully working. The one thing we noticed, though, was that hash verification was not working. And part of that was when we loaded from a existing save file, the hash, I guess, ID was not being deserialized into the save file object, which I could not understand why. So yeah, why don't we look at that really quick? And so the point of hash verification, why don't I get over to that part of the code so I can actually explain it? Okay, so for hash verification, the idea of hash verification is we take your save file in a JSON representation and we serialize it into a string. It's just a string that represents that entire JSON structure, right? And then what we do is we create a hash from that serialized string. And that gives us a unique hash ID, which should be the same every time that we do it. If we were to create a hash from this serialized data multiple times, each hash should be identical. And the purpose for this is to prevent cheating. So if a player were to open up their save file and make changes to it, like let's say they're level 1 and they set themselves as level 100, what would happen is the save system would try to create a new hash and double check that it matches the original hash. And if it does not, that tells the save system, hey, this file has been changed. It no longer is untouched. It has been manually edited by someone, probably for cheating purposes. And so the hash no longer matches, and that's what hash verification is. So we have the ability in the save system to turn that on, and right now we've turned it off as a workaround because something seems to be going wrong. Um, so let's try to figure out what's going on here. I think the code for that's actually in the core project, cryptography. So yeah, you can see the random salt that I'm using is potato. Let us see. Let us see. In fact, hold on. Let me take my shoes off and socks. It's a little hot in here today. In fact, I wonder if I could turn my fan up. I don't think you guys can even hear that because I have NVIDIA Broadcast working correctly now. Not dropping any frames, and no, we're doing good. It was telling me that encoding was a little bit overloaded, but it seems okay. All right. So what we want to do is we want to test this SHA-256 cryptography. Maybe we don't want to put a salt. Well, I guess so. The purpose of the salt is so that someone they can't change the save data and then serialize it and create a hash themselves and put that into the file, because they would have to know what this salt is. And right now it's just a constant string of potato, just to be funny. But what we would actually do is update this to be something random that not even we can see. That way, no one else can ever gain access to that salt, because this one's just for testing. So what we want to do, we want to get the Dark Matter Studios Unity project open. So let's open Unity Hub. Let's get the project open. And we're going to play around with this cryptography. Something does seem to be going wrong here, and I'm not sure quite why. So two things. One, when a save file is deserialized, or when the string representation of the JSON data is deserialized back into a save file object, the hash is coming up empty. Now, that I can't quite understand, because there's no reason it should be doing that. It's just a string. And so there's nothing fancy going on. It should be pretty easy to serialize and deserialize a string. So we'll test with that as well. And then the other problem that we were facing yesterday is that because, well, it also looked like hashes that were generated were not matching the original hash when we did the verification step. So yeah, let's go ahead and figure that out. So we'll call this SHA-256 hash test, I guess. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. And let's create a new mono behavior for it. SHA-256 hash test. And so what we're going to do is we're going to drag this script onto this object in the scene. And we're going to, inside this script, give ourselves reference to that, that hashing system. So we have what? SHA 256 cryptography SO. So I have like a base one that's just a regular C# class, and then I have a scriptable object one. That way I can drag it into the inspector and give it as a reference. I don't technically need to do that, but that's for, I guess, designer purposes. So let's just give it that reference. And we'll just call this cryptography SO. In fact, we don't even need to make this the SHA one. We can just make this the cryptography SO, the generic version. So if we had another type of cryptography that implemented the iCryptography interface, we could maybe have something else besides SHA 256. We could have some other type of hashing system, and we would also be able to drag that object into here as well. So the cryptography scriptable object. And let's give it a header called dependencies. Now, so I guess we want to give it like a string input. String input. And we'll call this the input string. And then we want to use that cryptography scriptable object to take the input string and generate a hash from it. Now, every time we do that, the hash should be exactly the same if the string is exactly the same. And then after this, we'll even put like a save file in here because that's what we're having trouble with. But let's just start simple for now. So here we're going to go another header. And this is going to be the output, and we'll put a little debug in parentheses. And then we'll just copy the input string, put that there, and we'll call it the output. Or let's just call it the hash. The generated hash. Now, let's give ourselves a method called generate hash. And we'll give it a context menu so that we can just call this whenever we want inside the editor. And what we will do is say hash equals cryptography SO generate hash, and we'll give it the input. All right, so every time we generate, it should be exactly the same. So let's double check that. Let's start there. We can also get our music back on here too. Let's turn some music on in the background. There we go. That's nice. So let's go ahead and give this our SHA 256 cryptography SO. Let's say hash verification can be a pain in the ass. And now let's try to generate a hash from it. All right, so we've successfully generated a hash. Why don't we make a text file here really quick? And we're going to put that hash in here, nice and big. Here's the hash that we generated. And then we'll go down to the next line, and we're going to generate again. And technically, it should not change at all. Generate. Generate. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's changing every time that we generate it. And if we were to paste this one, it looks identical. So I would be willing to bet then that something's going wrong with my order of operations in the save system. And that's part of the reason that the hashes we were trying to generate yesterday were not matching the original data. So we'll have to look at that, but that does seem fine. It seems absolutely fine. So let's go ahead and delete that. Now, let's change this up a bit. Instead of an input string, we're going to want... now hold on, let's go look at the save system when it saves data. Let's go look at our order of operations here. Save. Okay, so when we save a save file, we take that save file in, and we immediately empty out the existing hash because we know that we're going to be generating a new hash. So that hash is emptied. We then serialize the save file into the string, and then we generate that hash using the serialized save file. And then after setting the hash, we serialize the save file again, because now it contains the hash instead of it being empty. This does look correct, technically. So in our test, why don't we make this a save file? In fact, we don't need it to be serialized or anything. Let's just make sure there is a save file in here. That's kind of the important part. And let's make sure we rename this save file. But what we will need is to be able to serialize that save file. So let's give ourselves a serializer scriptable object. So that way, when we generate a hash, we can say var serialized equals serializer so dot serialize the save file object. Then we can take that serialized string and pass it into the cryptography so to generate the hash. And that will then give us the hash. Okay. Now, one other thing we want to do is, let's say this is a new... you know what? We won't do it there. We're going to do it every time we generate. We'll say save file equals new save file, and let's give it an ID. And I guess we should have kept that input string because that could have been the ID. So let's put it here. This will be save file ID. And just go ID. The ID for the save file. So that way we can kind of change it each time and pass it in. So that'll create a new save file for us. In fact, it could just be an empty string. That's not going to matter. We will create a new save file. We will then serialize that save file. We will then get the hash. We will generate a hash for it. Okay. Now, the next thing we're going to want to check after that is once we have generated that hash, we want to let me think this through. So we want to double check that if we were to serialize that save file again and then hash it again, or create a hash from it again, that hash should match. So let's do that all in generate hash. I don't know what this is going to be called yet. We'll come back to that. We're going to have another method in a second. So first we create a new save file. Then we serialize it and we create a hash from it. We could even say save file dot hash equals the hash. We actually can't do that because that's internal. So we won't be able to do that, but that's fine. Then let's call this serialized again. Let's just do the same exact thing again. But we don't want to do the hash. Let's call this the verification hash. And we'll set that field there. So we will reserialize the save file again and create a hash from that. And both the hash and the verification hash should match each other. That's how hashing works. So then we can say if hash is not equal to verification hash, debug log a warning, generated hashes do not match. Or generated hash and verification hash do not match. Okay. So every time we generate the hash, it'll kind of do it twice. And these two fields should be identical because we're not making any changes. And if for some reason they're not identical, we can verify that here, but I don't think that'll happen. And then the next thing we can do, we'll go test this, but then the next step after that is we're going to take the existing save file and make changes to it, and see if that all works like it's supposed to. So cool. Let's start there. Let's go see if that now works. We can empty out this field, and we'll give it a save file ID of Metallica. Yeah. All right. Oh, and we have to give it the serializer. Let's use Newtonsoft because Newtonsoft is what I would prefer to use. I have one for Unity's serialization, and maybe Newtonsoft is not working in the editor like Unity's serialization would, but I don't think that's the case. Ooh. Hold on, I'm just getting some coffee in me. All right, so in theory, when we generate a hash, both of these fields should then be filled in with the hash that was generated, and they should both be identical, which they are. And we did not get any warning that they weren't identical. So hashing seems to be working as expected, and serialization is working in the editor. Now, if we were to generate it again, yeah, so it's because it's creating a new, where'd we go? It's creating a new save file each time. So because it created a new object, that object is not the same as the old object. and then it creates a new hash, but still the generated hash is exactly the same because no changes have been made. So that's all working as expected. We can probably get rid of this hash verification. We can see if the verification and the regular hash are the same or not. It's pretty obvious when reading through it. So now, let's do this. Let's say if the save file is null, make a new save file. Otherwise, generate a hash from the existing save file. Now, doing that should make it so we always get the same hash no matter how many times we generate, because it won't be creating a new object anymore. The first time we do it, it might generate a new hash, which it did. Now, the second time we do it, I think it would still be the same. And it is. Perfect. Cool. Okay. So now, here's where we can take that existing save file, we can add some data to it, and then we can try to generate the hash from it again. So let's maybe call this method add test data. And we'll give it a context menu of add test data. And in here, we'll say if the save file is null, then we want to return. Because we want you to generate a hash first. We want these steps to be tested in order. So if the save file has not yet been created, then we want to add data to it. I mean, we want to return. Well, I guess we could just, if it hasn't been created, create a new one. And technically that would be fine too, I believe. So then we go save file dot save data, and we want to add. What kind of data do we want to add here? Let's give this a an ID. Test data ID equals test data. Okay, so we're going to add that ID to the save data. That'll be the key, because the save data is a dictionary. So this will be the key for that dictionary data, and I guess we'll just add the test data ID as the value as well. It'll then be the string test data that gets saved. So that's fine. I'm just thinking this through here. So this will generate a hash. We can then verify that the two different hashes that are generated are the same, which they have been so far, so that doesn't seem to be an issue. We can then add test data to the save file. There should be a way to set the save file's hash, actually. You know, I wonder if that's actually the issue, that you cannot publicly access that hash property, very likely that might be the issue. Because JSON, Newtonsoft JSON, is trying to deserialize the string representation of the save file back into a save file object, and the hash is coming in empty, and that might be because it cannot set the hash properly. I don't think that's the case. No, because all of these other ones are also internal. But just for kicks, let's go ahead and make the hash not internal so that we can set this ourselves from outside of the namespace, outside of the library. And maybe when we create a new one, the hash is null, and the hash should be an empty string. So we have ID, GUID, version autosave. So ID, GUID, version autosaved. Then created, last modified, save count, save data, and hash. So created, last modified, save count should be 0. Save data is new save data, and hash is an empty string. So that all looks correct. Let's go ahead and build that. And I'm going to jump away just for a second. I got to go use the restroom. Now is another great time for you to go get some water, take a quick stretch break. I will be back in about 2 minutes. And yeah. All right, guys, I'm back. Man, it is like super hot today. Let's jump back into. Let's do the green screen. I think I still had it on the Fortnite screen, or the Fortnite setup, I guess I should say. Cool. All right. Let's see. I realize the music's not really loud. Let's turn up the music a bit. There we go. All right. So where were we? Okay, so while I was in the restroom, I was thinking this through, and I realized part of the issue is actually not that we can't set this, but when Newtonsoft JSON deserializes a string representation of an object back into an object, it's not going to use this constructor. This is a constructor that has a parameter. It's going to use the constructor that has no parameters. And when it does that, we are not setting the hash to an empty string, nor were we earlier either. But my point there is that it would be set to a null object, and because of that, well, that doesn't make sense, because all these other ones should also be... and we can take off this hide in inspector, that way we can actually see it in the inspector. That's another thing that's making it hard to figure this out. Alright, and then just temporarily, we're making it so we can set the hash. That way, in our other project, we can actually, like, mess around and set the hash there. But I'm thinking maybe there's something wrong with the parameterless constructor having an issue with the JSON deserialization. And why it would do that, I don't know. I don't think it should have an issue, but it could. So what I'm thinking... why don't we set all these up here? No, I think I want it here in its own thing, so that you're forced to use this constructor and pass in an ID for the save file. But let's just make the hash public for now, so that way we can set it in the other project, and kind of continue our testing here. Man, it is like so hot today. I am burning up. Luckily, I've got my fan and I've got NVIDIA broadcast set up, so I don't think you guys can hear the fan anymore, or at all. But man, it is hot. So what we can actually do now is we can make this a save file. And we're going to say this is the save file. And we can get rid of that. And we don't need to make a new save file anymore. Because it should exist in the editor. Now we have this add test data that will, in fact, we don't need this constant string. We'll just put this here like that. One less variable to think about. So that'll add some test data. Public void regenerate hash. That'll be kind of the next step. Is after we've added test data, we would regenerate the hash. In fact, oh, that's what I was going to do here. So now that the hash is public, we should be able to say savefile.hash equals the hash that we generated, right? So we take the save file, we serialize it, we create a hash from that serialized save file, and then we're going to fill it in on the save file, and that's where we'll be able to see it, actually. So we can get rid of this hash field, and we'll actually just set that there. And then we'll say, that way we can check the hash in the save file and against the verification hash. Then we can add test data, and we can just regenerate the hash here. Actually, what we should do is also deserialize. So we don't need... Let's also make this a save file and call this the verification save file. Okay? So what we'll do is we'll say the verification save file, we will deserialize from the serialized version into that other save file. So that should then match, but will not have a hash in it. And then what we can do is say verification save file. Oh, so then we want to serialize the verification save file. I know this seems kind of weird, but so serializer.serialize the verification save file, and the verification save file dot hash, we would then generate a hash, but using this serialized version of the verification save file. So now we can kind of check, can we serialize our save file? Can we create a hash from it? Can we then deserialize the serialized version into the verification save file and make a hash from that? So we don't need this anymore. And serialize the verification save file. So technically these should be identical, and then when creating a hash, even though we're creating it with two different versions, it should give us back the same exact hash. So that way we can quickly check, can we serialize and deserialize and still get the same hash for both results. I don't think we need this regenerate. I don't even think we're going to need this anymore, because technically we could just do all that in the editor. Give me one sec. Gotta check on the wifey really quick. I think she's feeling sick. So, while we're doing that, see? It actually did all that for us. And there's no hash, there's no... maybe we cannot add data. That I'll have to figure out what's going on there. Give me a second, guys. I gotta go check on something really quick. I think the wife is not feeling good. I'm a little worried. Be right back. Alright, sorry about that, guys. I'm back. I think the wifey is not doing too good. Looks like she is feeling kind of sick right now. So I'm just a little worried. So, if we open up this, verification save file, we shouldn't have anything in there yet. That's as expected. So now if we generate a hash, it's going to generate a hash from this save file. It's going to fill it in. We're then going to deserialize the serialized version of this save file without the hash, that is, into this other save file object and generate a hash for it. And these two hashes should then match. So let's go ahead and give that a test. We were, in fact, able to do that. Okay, so that all seems to be working. That doesn't seem to be the issue. I guess the last thing that we want to check now is, can we re-serialize the save file after adding the hash to it? And then can we deserialize that back into the verification save file? And then we would set the... let's just stop it there. Can we serialize with the hash now added? That way we have a serialized version with the hash included. Then we can take that serialized string representation, we can deserialize it back into the verification save file. That should still have both hashes matching. And then what we'll do is we'll make another method called hash verification. We'll call this hash verification. Cool. Call this hash verification. And what we'll do here is we will say the hash equals the verification save file hash. Verification save file hash equals string.empty. And then we would recreate the hash. So verification save file.hash. Oh, we then have to reserialize. We'd say serialized of the verification save file. So we serialize that, and then we create a new hash from that serialized verification save file and put it back into the hash field. And even after doing that, it should still match the regular save field's hash. So let's check that out. Let's go ahead and delete all this out. This verification save file is empty, and we'll delete this hash here. And let's go ahead and generate a hash. Those look the same to me. Now Let's do hash verification. And we still got the same. That is interesting. So I haven't been able to find anything that's technically wrong. I'm not seeing any issues that we were getting yesterday. That is really strange, actually. I would be willing to bet this is all, that the hashing and stuff is all working. I guess the problem must be somewhere inside of the saving system itself. Yeah, we don't need this log statement anymore. That's now confirmed working. So saving seems to be fine. I think the problem is now loading. So let's maybe make a loading system. Or not a loading system, but a like a test around the saving and loading system is what I meant specifically. This all seems to be working. If hash is not equal to the verification save file hash, then log an error. Hash verification failed. Let's try that one more time, just to see if we generate a hash. That deserialized it properly. And let's do hash verification. And hash verification did fail. Interesting. Why did it not work that time? So why don't we go ahead and breakpoint that? Interesting that it broke the second time around, but it worked the first time around. That's very complicated. 1 second here. Alright, cool. Seems to be working as expected. Okay, so let's clear this all out again. Clear out the hash. And let's generate a hash. And those look like they match. Perfect. So now let's do hash verification. So here is the hash. That looks like it matches the hash that we have in the editor. So let's go to the next thing. That also matches. We're then setting that to an empty string. Empty string. And here's our save file. The hash would be an empty string, which it is, but everything else looks identical. We now have that serialized version of the save file, excuse me. Now here we have an empty string, and we're about to create a new hash. Which looks like it matches. That looks the same, and that looks the same. And we didn't get an error in the console. Interesting. So now, if we do it again, what happens? We have that same hash. The cached hash matches that same hash. We're then setting that to an empty string. The cached hash is still the same. We have serialized the save file with the empty hash. The hash is still an empty string. We have that serialized string. And this new hash that was just generated does in fact look like the old hash. And everyone's happy. And we got no error in the console. I'm confused why it broke that one time. That's strange. It might have been because I had made changes that this save file object then got updated to a new object of some kind. Huh. Alright, well, let's, this all seems to be working then, as expected. So, like, now that I saved, if I do hash verification again, what happens? That hash is right. That hash is right. It's been set to an empty string. It's been reserialized. We then create a new hash that does indeed match. Interesting. Okay, so, I mean, this appears to be working. Let's create another test then. This is the save test. Save load test. Something's going wrong somewhere. Save load test. Alright, in our save load test, we're going to need a save manager. We're going to have some similar things. Let's just copy some stuff from here. So we're going to need a save file. Then we're going to want a save to disk method. Okay. And in here, I'm going to say save file.current equals that save file. Save events.save. And then our save manager should then do the work for us. Then hi, Goobies, won't you come say hi? Oh, we got our friend Goobies here. This is Goobies, my other cat, and she came to say hi to us. Because she is the bestest cat ever. Okay. You can go up the stairs. Have fun. She didn't want to hang around. Never mind. Say bye, Goobies. Okay, now we're going to do this. Let's create another section. This will be the Goobies. Oh my god, she's knocking stuff over now. She got mad at me. This will be the output or debug. And this is going to be the verification save file. And what we'll do is we'll say load from disk. Load from disk. And then basically what we want to do is we want to load that save file from disk back in. Do I have a way to actually do that in my save system? I'm not sure that I do. Because it kind of does that on awake. So load save files. In fact, we could, here's what we could do. We could, give this the save system. And then we don't have to have the save manager in the scene. The save system scriptable object. And this will be the save system SO. And I don't like that formatting. Let's put it back like that. All right, so then here we'll say, instead of that, we'll just say save system dot save, and we will give it our save file. And I think we have to await this. Well, we don't have to, but we should await that, and say success equals await save system dot save. And then we'll log out save status and we'll just say saved successfully, and it'll say true or false. Then we want to load from disk back into that save file. So what we will do is say savefile.all equals await save system.load save files, and make this an asynchronous method as well. And then if savefile.all.count is less than 1, say did not find any save files. And we'll make that a warning just so we can have a color difference. And we will return. Then equals save file.all dot first or default where x dot GUID equals our save file GUID. So we'll say if save file equals null, did not find any same save files with a matching GUID. Else, or we'll make this an else, and we don't need to return here. Debug.log. Actually, we will return there. We don't need to make this an else. And we'll say verification save file equals the save file that we just loaded, and log loading loaded successfully. That's it. In fact, we could wrap this in an if statement. And say if not, save failed, and we'll make this a warning too. And then say else save successful. Say save successful. Load successful. All right, and we can actually go look at those files on disk while we do this too. Let's go back in. We'll let Unity recompile here. Get all our fields, and then we can fill this in with our file save system. And we can go look at all the settings for this. It should be using the Newtonsoft serializer, the SHA-256 cryptography for hashing, the gzip compression for compression, and AES encryption for encryption. And we have everything turned on. And so yeah, that should all be good. And then the directory it's going to save to is the saves directory. We can actually go open that up right now. So there is no saves directory, but it will be created when we try to save. And then we can make a new file, new save file. Why don't we take all the info from here and put it into that one. name, right? Yep. All right. And in fact, what we want to do is take this hash and put that in as well. When it saves, who's doing the, is it the save manager that does the hash verification? No? Oh, I'm looking at load, looking at save. So yeah, the file save system does the hash verification. So when we save the file, it's going to empty out the hash and recreate it. So we actually don't need a hash in there. Well, let's put it there just because we want to be able to verify it, right? Okay, so now, if we save to disk, we actually got an exception. Could not find a part of the path. Interesting. How come it didn't create? Data, local load, Dark Matter Studios, blue_Dark Matter Studios. Well, so it couldn't find the saves directory. But why it couldn't is... you know what? I guess... interesting. Who's actually creating that save directory? I mean, it should be the file save system. Scriptable object's not any different, right? It's just, So this is where the error was. Where am I creating the save directory? I guess only when I try to load save files do I create the directory. So when we save, we also want to create the directory. Now, what does that represent? The constructor. Yeah, so it should be the application persistent data path with whatever directory you paste in. Okay, so interesting. I guess. Well, it's not going to fix our problem, I don't think. But when we're saving, we need to also double check that that directory exists. And if it already exists, then it won't create it. But so we'll add that there, I guess. Rebuild this solution. Oh. Man, it is so hot today. Probably not that hot, but it's like... it says it's like 84 degrees right now. So it could definitely get hotter, but it hasn't been this... It's been slowly heating up lately, and I'm starting to feel it. How has this been going for 5 minutes already? Oh, you know what? Because I'm still debugging. Let's stop that. Whoops. That could have been part of the problem, too. Alright. So our save system should now create the saves directory if it does not already exist, which we can see right here. There is no saves folder. It does not exist. But when we save to disk, it should now be successful, which it was. Who is... I'm still logging that out, huh? I had these logs put in there to log out the encryption key and IB while we were figuring out encryption the other day. But luckily, these don't stay the same. They get regenerated each time you use it. So we can make sure we go remove all of that, actually. Before I forget, let's go remove that really quick. Yeah, see, here's the log statements. You don't need that one. That's it. Remove Unity Engine. And figure that part out later. And let's rebuild this. But as you can see, the saves folder was in fact created, and that test save file is here. And if we open it up, it's just an encrypted string. This string can then be unencrypted and uncompressed, and then deserialized back into a save file, but we'll do that next. So just in case, let's go back to how we just were. Let's go ahead and delete the folder and the file. And we just rebuilt this so that it doesn't log out those encryption keys. And now that Unity is recompiling, it'll actually regenerate that encryption key and IV. So these are now useless, just for security purposes. Okay, so we have a save file. Here's our test save file. It has an ID of Metallica, and has a hash in it. If we save to disk, save was successful. You can see the saves directory was created, and here is our save file. And it's just a randomly encrypted string. Cool, cool, cool. So there's our save file. Now, if we try to load from disk, our verification save file should be loaded in as this save file. Yeah, the wifey's still feeling sick. It's too bad. think we might order her some soup. Alright, so let's try to now load this from disk. And we should get back the same exact data. Load from disk. And it did not find any saved files. Interesting. Now, where did we do that? Right here. Well, we don't need to use this, but maybe this is the problem, is that we're trying to set this static variable. Let's just say var save files, and if save files.count is less than 1, then we didn't find any save files. And then the save file we're looking for is the first or default that has the same GUID as the GUID of our save file that we saved to disk. And if we can't find any with the same GUID, then we did not find any save files with a matching GUID. And if we did, then we will set that verification save file field to this save file, and we should get the load successful message, and then both the save file and verification save file should in fact match, as we would expect them to. Okay, let's try this again. Let's delete that existing save file. Let's now save to disk. We got save was successful. So here's our save file. It was just recreated with a new encryption string. And now if we load from disk, it still did not find any save files. Interesting. So where in the process is that going wrong? Let's go up to the load save files. And let's breakpoint it and attach it to our editor. And so now if we hit load from disk, we can see here's the directory. Oh, you know what? I wonder if it's creating the directory wrong, because it's the wrong slashes. No, that seems to be right. Okay, so we're going to get directory info. We now have directory info. So here's all the directory info. Then we're going to get file info from that directory info. There's a list of files, so we did find the Metallica save file. And then for each one, we're going to try to parse it. So I guess it's in our parsing that we're having an issue. Where is that? I guess that was right underneath it, I just didn't see. There it is. So let's go ahead and breakpoint there as well. Or I guess we could just step down into it. For each file and file info, here's the file. It has the full name. That all looks correct. And let's go ahead and step down into the try parse. We don't really need that breakpoint because we stepped into it. So here's the path. And if it doesn't exist, then we return false. It does in fact exist. So here is the save file. We're going to try to read the contents of it. we have the contents is that encrypted string. Because we're using encryption, we're going to go ahead and decrypt the contents back into the contents. So now this is the decrypted contents. And now, because we're using compression, we're going to decompress that decrypted contents back into itself. And now we have a bunch of null values. Interesting. So that seems to be where it's going wrong, is at compression. So encryption and decryption seems to work, but compression was not able to decompress correctly back into the serialized content. So now it's going to try to, or into the serialized version of the contents, I should say. And now it's going to try to deserialize that content that I don't think was successful back into a save file, which we do, but we get back a null save file. It was not able to deserialize. And so because the save file is null, it's then going to return false and say we were not able to load anything. Okay. Let's continue now. And from here then, why don't we go into our save system and let's turn off compression. Which means we're going to have to delete the existing save file. We're going to resave it to disk, but this time without compression. That was from last time. That's fine. Oh, wait. Did not find any save files. I'm not sure why it tried to do that. Okay, save to disk. Save successful. Okay. So we have our save file. If we open it up, it's a huge encrypted string. And decrypting this should give us back the JSON representation. And so now that encryption's off, if we try to load from disk, what happens? Let's step through it. Each save file and save files. We do have the Metallica save file, as you can see there. And we are going to step into the try-parse save. So here's, well, let's read the contents. So here's the contents, is that big encrypted string. Then we're going to decrypt it. We then get back the string representation as expected with the correct hash. And this time we're not going to decompress it because we're not using compression. So we should be able to deserialize that back into the save file, which we did. We got a save file object. And in here, the hash matches as expected. So something seems to be going wrong then with compressing. And I'm wondering, when I save, I serialize the data, and then I compress it, and then I encrypt it. I'm wondering if that is the wrong order of operations. Like, maybe it needs to be serialized, then encrypted, and then compressed. Or even, Yeah. Serialized, then encrypted, then compressed. So like do it backwards. And then on the way in, when we're trying to load it, we decompress it first. Then we decrypt it to get back the serialized version of it. And then we try to we do the hash verification. So if we go through all of this, we are using hash verification. So we get the hash from the file, we cache it. So we have that cached hash there. Then we set the hash to empty. We reserialize the save file that now has an empty hash. And we try to create a new hash from that. This hash should be identical to the original hash, which it looks identical to me. And so if these match, we're then going to return true. And we do, we return true. Interesting. Okay, so, and then if we look down here, we are in fact getting that save file back in here, except that's my code, where, well, why didn't the hash come in? Oh, you know what? So in the save system, we set the save file's hash to empty because we're outputting that save file, right? We set it to empty to then create the hash to double check that it matches. And right here, we should actually be setting the hash back to the original hash, because it shouldn't be empty. Because we set it empty, it's then being returned as empty, but it needs to be returned with the hash. So we forgot to reset the original hash, and then we can verify. And if it doesn't check out, then we return a null object. Cool. Okay, so that's one other thing that we figured out. Now it seems to be the compression is not working. Let's stop the build or stop and build. So now, since we fixed that, if we do it again, if we load from disk, we should get this deserialized with the included hash. I think we can just load directly from disk, and did not find any save files. That's strange, because there's definitely one there. Did not find any save files. What the fuck? Well, let's delete that save file. Let's clear out the verification save file. And let's resave the regular one back to disk. That was successful. There it is. So there's the save file, just encrypted. And then now let's load from disk. Load was successful. And sure enough, the two different save files match, as expected, with the same hash verification. Cool. Okay, so that all seems to be working then. I guess the last problem is we need to test the compression. So let's make a compression test. Compression test. Now, in here, we're going to give it some dependencies. Add the using statements for that. This will actually be a compression SO. the compression scriptable object. And we're going to take an existing save file, we're going to try to compress it and then decompress it. So we'll say compress, make a context menu for it, compress, and we'll create another one for decompress. So now, let's create another section. Oops. Header, output, debug. So then we'll say we're going to need a save file and a string. So this will be compressed, and this will then be the verification save file. Verification save file. All right, so the idea is, and actually we're going to need the serializer too, because we want to serialize before we compress. The serializer scriptable object. So what we will do is say var serialized equals serializer.serialize the save file. Then we'll say the compressed string, the compressed output. Compressed equals compression SO compress the serialized string. Okay. Then when we decompress, we would say decompressed equals compression SO decompress the compressed string, and the verification save file should deserialize from the decompressed string. So after compressing and then decompressing, the regular save file and the verification save file should be the same. And I have a feeling that's part of, or that is the main reason why we were having such a issue with the save system. We'll use Newtonsoft, we'll use gzip. Now we have a save file. Let's copy it from this other one again. Can we copy the whole thing? I think we can. Paste, boom. So we have a save file. And now here's the output. So if we, right now you can see the verification save file is empty, the regular save file is good. So if we go ahead and compress, it has serialized this save file. This is the compressed output. I have a feeling that that is very wrong. I don't know how a computer would take this string and put it back into the full serialized string of this by decompressing. So my compression decompression algorithm must be extremely off, and I'll have to go look at that. So now if we decompress, technically it should take this string, decompress it to get back the serialized string, and then use the serializer to deserialize it into this verification save file object. Decompress, and it didn't do anything because this is not correct. Cool. Okay, so we know what the problem is. Looks to be our gzip compression. Interesting. So you know what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to ask for ChatGPT's help here. Because to me, this all looks correct. I'm creating a gzip stream from the bytes. And I'm compressing it so I'm creating a new gzip stream with this memory stream that we've written the bytes to. I wonder if this is the problem, actually. This should be called bytes, right? Because we're using a bit converter to get the bytes. Maybe this is what's going wrong. Hold on one second. I'm going to text the wifey and we're going to get something from Chaw4T. And back of the soft dumpling. Please and thank you. Alright. I'm gonna get some snacks going, bro. Okay, so I'm wondering if getting the bytes in this way is what's wrong. Because I think... Well, I'm creating a byte array. And then I'm writing the result. That's just a new memory stream into that byte array, but we're not actually doing anything with the input, I don't think. Yeah, I can kind of see what I'm doing wrong, I think. Let's go ask ChatGPT. 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 I am creating a compression and decompression class in C#, but I am having some trouble with the code and believe my code is not entirely correct. Below is my current in C# that uses gzip or compression. I'm having some trouble with the code and believe my code is not entirely correct. Below is my current code. Can you please look over it and tell me what is wrong and how I can update it to work as expected? And then we'll give it the code and say enter. So let's see what it says. Okay, your implementation of the gzip compression class in C# is mostly correct, but there are a couple of areas that could be improved or corrected for better functionality and robustness. let's go through them step by step. Your compress method converts the input string to UTF-8 bytes and then compresses it. However, there's a potential issue with how you're handling the memory stream and its life cycle. See, that's what I was thinking is I'm creating that memory stream and I'm not sure that that's quite right. So this method seems fine as it converts the compressed byte array to a base 64 string for easier storage or transmission. The other compress method that takes in the byte array writes the length of the input array as a 4-byte integer before compressing the data. However, you need to ensure that the memory stream is properly used and that the length is written correctly. So yeah, that's what I was thinking is oh, interesting. Okay, so I was doing like an extra step. So this is right. That's fine. In here, I was doing an extra step by creating a byte array with the bit converter and then trying to write the result to it. But it was only writing 4 bytes. And then we're doing compression. And ChatGPT is saying, don't do that. Use a new compression stream and write the entire input to that compression stream into that result memory stream. Interesting. Okay, so I had a feeling this was where the problem was. So we're going to say using var compression stream. And then we can get rid of the code block here. Now, do I not need to flush it anymore? Do I want to leave the memory stream open for further operations? I mean, I'm pretty sure I already had the using statements there for the decompress. The current implementation of this method has no functionality. Wow. Okay, so I guess I don't need to do that. All right, so when we compress, we create a new memory stream. We then create a compression stream with the result with compression mode, and we leave it open. And then we write to the compression stream the byte array input with a 0 offset with the full length of the bytes. And that will write it into the memory stream result, and we will then return that result to an array. And then back up here, we would then have that compressed byte array, and we would convert it to a base 64 string, just so we can have a string representation of it. Okay, so that looks fine. This one looks fine, that one looks fine, this one looks fine. And oh, so I am doing something different here as well. So what did ChatGPT say for that? So using var source equals a new memory stream with the input, right? Using var source equals new memory stream with the inputs. We're doing that right, but then again, we were trying to read the source 4 bytes at a time, and we don't want that. We actually want to create a new gzip stream with the source memory stream with the decompress mode, and that creates a decompression stream. Using var decompression equals new gzip stream with the source and decompress mode. And then I guess we create a new memory stream and we copy it. We copy the decompression stream to the new result stream. And then we return the result stream to array. Alrighty. And let's build that and go test it and see if ChatGPT was smart enough to figure that out for us. So I had it mostly correct, but I think I had messed up my algorithm by trying to read 4 bytes at a time and be fancy with it, and I think it was a lot simpler than I had originally thought. Cool. Alright, so now if we empty out this compressed string, so now when we compress, it should serialize this save file and then compress it and put the output here. And that's not giving us anything. So let's check that. It's going to be using this one, but technically it'll be using this one under the hood. Let's go ahead and debug. And we say compress. So we have our input. Here's the serialized string. We then get the bytes from that. So here's a byte array that then represents that serialized string. And let's step into the compress method so we can see what happens here. So we create a new result memory stream. We then create a new gzip stream using the result memory stream. We then write those input bytes to the compression stream. The gzip stream. Not supported exception was thrown for the length. Interesting. That seems close, but I am getting an error during compression. And let's just give it the error. Attempting to use certain operations on a stream that doesn't support them. In the context of gzip stream, the length property is not supported because the length of the compressed data stream is not known until the stream is closed or fully read. To resolve this issue and ensure your compression and decompression operations work correctly, here's how you can adjust it. That's the same exact code. which is interesting. So I guess let's stop that, and let's update it to that. And we'll just call that result. And I also like the word results down here. Rebuild that. There are Unity updates. We're making progress, though, making progress. And can we now compress? We can. We compressed and we got a compressed string. Can we now decompress and we get back the same exact serialized save file? They match. Hey, interesting. Now, I'm really curious as to why this has to be within the using statement instead of using it the new way without the block. But I'm not going to question that as long as it's working. So, I guess what we really want to test now, again, is back to the save load test. Let's empty out the verification save file. We can turn back on compression, and let's delete the existing save file. And we're now going to resave it with compression and encryption, and then it should be able to decrypt and decompress it and get back the same exact serialized string, and then deserialize it into the verification save file. Right? All right, so save to disk. Save was successful. Here is our save file. We have a compressed and encrypted string. And now, if we try to load from disk, load was successful. And sure enough, we got back the same exact save file. All right, guys, I think we figured out the saving system. So we have a full working save system now that can serialize data. It can compress that data. It can then encrypt that data. And then all of that uses hash verification to make sure that no one has changed the file in any way, shape, or form, or is trying to cheat. Now, something seems to be going wrong with the save data class itself, but I would be willing to bet that the save system is now working as expected. The save data is just not showing correctly in the editor, and the reason why is because it's a dictionary. Thank you, ChatGPT. You helped me. I'm so curious why I had to put this inside of the using code block instead of just doing it the newer way. But whatever, as long as it works, don't care. So the last thing to check then, we can now do everything we want with our save system. We want to go look at the save data class, which, as I was saying, is just a serializable dictionary of a string and an object. And a serializable dictionary is just a dictionary with the iSerialization callback receiver. Now, one other problem we're having is I think we have a serializable dictionary editor or inspector. Let's go ahead and close out like everything else. Everything else seems to be working now. Where does my serializable dictionary live? It lives under utilities. Okay, so here's our serializable dictionary. Now, do we have an editor version of that? I don't think we do. Oh, you know what though? It's just the save data that can't show in the inspector because this is a serializable dictionary of a C# object. Interesting. I'm wondering if that needs to be a Unity engine object instead. Huh. But that's why it's not showing in the inspector. And that's actually perfectly fine. It wouldn't be showing in the inspector since it's just a generic C# object. Unity does not know how to display that in the inspector. But I guess we could make this the Unity engine object. And then right here, you could say where T is a Unity engine object. Get where T is a Unity engine object. And we actually don't want to save every time we add something now. So that was a workaround that we were using the other day, but we don't want to do that anymore. And this just deletes a key. Perfect. So maybe that will work. I'm not entirely sure. Because then Unity will know how to display it. But let's see if our scriptable object will then know what to do. Gotcha. We'll have to say where T is a Unity engine object, where T is a Unity engine object. And I don't even think I use this scriptable object anymore. But let's maybe try that really quick and see if that allows it to show up in the inspector. Because anything we use inside Unity is going to be a Unity engine object anyway, I believe. And hey, it does. That allows us to then do that. Now, I could have sworn that I had a under my core editor. I thought that I had a custom inspector for the serialized dictionary. Well, Yeah. Well, or we already built that, I think. I don't think anything's going to change. Cool. And then, let's go ahead and export our Unity Dark Matter Studios tools projects into Unity packages. Checking if my food's here or not. Not quite yet. It should be soon. So we'll export those. And I'm going to go open my sandbox project because I could have sworn that I had a serializable dictionary inspector. And I don't remember where I used that or had that. And I had actually kind of learned how to do that from an asset. Perfect. Actually, my food just got here. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm going to go grab my food from the front door, and I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Got my food. Let's get back to the green screen here. Got myself some chicken dumplings and boba tea. Feeling that because the wifey's not feeling too well, and wanted to get that to hopefully help her feel better. And of course, now that I've got food, my kitty has come to say hi to me. Oh, she ran away. Water, just getting all set back up here again, guys. Give me a sec. And move this over here. My food in front of me. That way I can work and eat. Alrighty. Yeah. That can go there, that's fine. I don't have a lot of space on my desk here, but I do have enough for my computers. Alright, oh, that looks bomb. I got some steamed chicken dumplings with sweet and sour sauce. Yeah. Alright, sorry, you guys might hear some noises or eating noises, but that's how it goes. So, what we're going to do is we're going to look in the packages that I own. I have a serialized dictionary package that I had purchased. I think it was free anyway. Serializable dictionary. There it is. No need to create custom inspectors. Handle invalid or duplicated keys and issue a warning. And it's from the same person? No, it's like two different people. Interesting. Let's go look at it really quick. So, this is the one, and it's free. It's an awesome asset. And I just kind of looked through the code from this one and built my own into Dark Matter Studios because I wanted to have my own version. And this one's awesome because it came with a custom inspector that would then allow you... It then allows you to have the key and the value right next to each other instead of in two separate lists. And if you add a duplicate key, it will then highlight those fields for you to let you know, hey, you've added a duplicate item. So here we go, handles conflicts and invalid keys. So you can see like that the first key is duplicated here. Even with two different values, it has the same key. So it then says there's a conflicting key, this entry will be lost. And it then kind of warns you, which is pretty cool. So I'm curious, what is this other one? This must have been some other one that I had used before. That doesn't matter. Yeah, so then this one also has its own custom drawer, so then it shows you the ID and the value with that ID, I guess. But they're not next to each other. Which is also kind of nice, actually. Oh, they are... Well, I guess that's the ID, I think. And then if you were to drop it down, you could then change the value. So it has its own... another type of custom inspector. And this one's also free, guys. So pretty cool stuff. Let's pull it into the sandbox project. Let's see which one we want to go with. Oh, we have an update for Odin. All right, let's go ahead and download the update. But let's pull in this one. I think this is the one I originally had used. So we'll download that one as well. Did that already download? Wow, that was quick. And let's import it into the sandbox project, and then we can look at the custom inspector and create a copy of it for my own. Ooh, damn, these are good chicken dumplings, bro. Oh, yeah. Mmm. And that sweet and sour sauce is bomb as fuck, too. Man, I love me some chicken dumplings. Alright, so here we go. So yeah, we have like a custom property drawer for it. Let's open this up and look at it. And funny that it's not using, it doesn't have a attribute that says what it's for. Or I guess it just reads that from here. Let's go look at the... Wow, it's pretty simple. It just has the serializable dictionary class that you inherit from, which is the same thing, just has that iSerialization callback receiver and inherits from dictionary. Key value storage, what the fuck is that? Interesting. And then just has a custom property drawer for it. And then we have an example. Let's go into the example scene. I think... Or is it on here? Yeah, here we go. So here's the serializable dictionary example. This one's a string dictionary. And you can see it then puts them next to each other. And it gives you a plus button. So you can add an entry. And if the entry is duplicated, it'll then warn you. That's pretty cool. Cat's trying to get at me from the stairs. Interesting. Okay. You know what? I also want to pull in that other one. Just while we're here in the sandbox project. Let's look at the other one too and see if the code is just as simple. So this one will be under Rotary Heart. Oh, whoa. Definitely not as simple. So no, I won't be pulling that one in. I just want nice and simple. We can then look at this serializable dictionary property drawer. And we are going to basically just copy that. But we're going to make our own version of it. Oh, wait. Property drawer. Is serializable dictionary. I'm having to type with one hand because I have a chicken dumpling in my other hand. Property drawer class. Boom. Then we'll just say paste that code in there. And let's go through and clean it up and make it work for mine. And this should have attribute on it for type of serializable dictionary. I should just do like an ASMR eating stream. You guys can just hear my chewing noises and I'll just stare into the camera while I eat.
Hey, Norman.
Alright, let's see. I'm gonna put the food in my lap now, that way I can actually focus on what I'm doing here. I'm gonna rename that to keys field name, all uppercase. That's how constant should be. Values. Values field name, all uppercase. Why does it need to be protected? It should not. It's a constant. Look, I didn't realize you could make a constant value protected and then in an inheriting class change it. That's pretty cool, actually. Learn something new every day. And this will be the indent width. We're gonna call this the plus icon. Call this the minus icon. This will be the warning conflict icon. We'll call this the warning original conflict icon. That one like represents the original key value. Warning null icon. The button style. And the content, I guess. And we can actually go through and make all of these read-only because they're static as well. And they don't change after being initialized. I'd rather put that one up here. This will be the original conflict icon. This one we'll call the duplicate conflict icon. Oh, duplicate conflict icon. Thank you. We'll just call this the null icon, button style, and the temp content. I don't know that we need this temp content. We could probably get rid of that and then just create a new GUI content wherever that's being used. But I guess we've already created it, and then we're reusing it, so it's a little slightly more efficient. So we have a internal class that is called conflict state. We're gonna name all these how public objects should be. So the conflicting key, conflicting value, conflicting index, original conflict index, and we're going to take that, put that up here, and we'll call this the duplicate content conflict index. Conflict key property expanded, conflict value property expanded, and the conflict line height. And I don't think we need to set any of those values, because that's all their default values. We just need to set these to -1. Let's fix our semicolons there. Alright, then we have a property identity. We don't need the this qualifier, that's redundant. That's its constructor. We're going to take these values and put them on top of the constructor, and then we're going to call them what they should be as public properties. And maybe that's not being used. Interesting. I don't think those are being used, so we might be able to get rid of this class. We will see. The static dictionary, conflict state dictionary, and we can get rid of that. We can just use the nice new syntax, and we can make that read only, because we've already newed it up, and we're not changing it after that. We're just adding or removing from it, I'm assuming. We then have actions, none, add, and remove, and here is our on GUI. So, button action equals none. In fact, let's make sure we use var everywhere. I don't need to be explicit, we can be implicit. We just put all those together. If statements I like to separate out. Put together. Remove commented code that's not being used. We already know this works. Why would we have that commented code there? Those I'll put together, and that I will move away from those. So you kind of know this is the beginning of the group, this is the end of the group, and then we indent directly afterwards. Statements should be separated out. The extra line there, so get rid of that, and indent level -minus. Cool. If button action equals action.add, those actions, looks like. Just enumerating the entries. that. Invert this if statement to reduce nesting loops. Go to break loops. Interesting. Why would it do that? Can't we just... Shouldn't it just automatically do that after this for each? It'll break out of that for each. Then it would break out of this for each. And automatically go here, I believe. So I believe that's redundant. We can just get rid of that. Then, so this is just returning. We don't need the else statement. That's redundant. And we don't need these redundant toString methods because that's also redundant. Use link. Line to make it thinner. Move the parentheses there. That's just a one-liner. We'll invert this if statement. Turn the property height so that everything looks clean, or that we reduce our nesting of if statements. So the conflict state can be created over here. We don't need to create it at the top. Same thing, we can invert this if statement. Turn the value. Property value testers. That read only. Gotcha. So it's just a dictionary of property names and property info. New up here. Redundant parentheses, and I like to put that on its own separate line. So make that a const. That. convert it to that. Remove private. Do that here. How can I clean that up? I feel like this could be cleaned up. But I'm hungry, so I need to eat. Think better. No, because those are two different methods. Yeah, that's fine. Invert that. This a do while loop. Getting pretty close to the end here. Almost there. That one. Nice do while loop. And we can get rid of that redundant if statement. We can make that cast pattern. Yeah, why are you casting it if it is? That's redundant. Simulation entry, this is capitalized. We can both do read only because they're initialized in constructor. And that can also be only if it's initialized in the instructor. The constructor will remove these redundant if or this statements. Man, my brain is not braining right now. I gotta finish eating. We will invert the if, set some variables, and then hit the do while loop. And I think that's all we need. I'm not understanding what this class was for. Let's get rid of it. Alrighty. And then we can go ahead and get rid of using statements. And because it's all now technically my code, we can put the Dark Matter Studios copyright on it. And let's go ahead and build and see if that works. Uh, whoops. Uh, I'm curious, how does that work in the other project? How does this know? Oh. Interesting. But then you have to come in here. You have to come in here and you have to set that yourself. Huh. Interesting. So no one actually uses that, it's inherited from, and then you have to add the custom property type drawer onto the type that you want to have. Let me finish eating really quick so I can think about that. So I think what I have to do then is I have to inherit from this class in my save project. We'll have to create a new project called Dark Matter Studios Unity save editor. Right? Okay. And then this property drawer needs to be abstract. So you can't actually use it for anything, you have to inherit from it. And it should have its proper namespace. Just go update all namespaces, see if it adds it. Did add it, perfect. Then in this save, let's go adjust it. So it's C#9, I think, is the highest Unity accepts at the moment. Disable nullable references. And we're gonna then create a save. We don't really need to do that. Let's just rename this class. This class will then be the save data property drawer. And it will be a serializable dictionary property drawer. It can just be like that. And I don't think we need the using statement. It'll be a custom. Oh, well, hold on. We have to actually reference the Unity editor DLL. That would help. Then we can say custom property drawer. It would be like this, basically. What is that using? What namespace? Yeah, the editor namespace. That should work. Oh, but I'm not using the using statement for it now. In fact, I probably also need not just the Unity editor, but the Unity editor core module. That's probably what I need. There we go. Import that. Then we want to reference the core editor project. That's this one, core editor. Add that. And this will then be save data. And we also want to reference the regular save project because that's what we're making an editor for. That's where we get save data. And then we want to grab this. Probably spelled it wrong. There we go. And add the using for that. And we'll copy that. We will copy the copyright notice. And save. And one last thing. Close everything. We want to edit this project. We want to take this copy build output method, and we want to put it into the editor project as well. Except this should, instead of runtime, should be editor assemblies. And this should be unity.save.editor. And that should do it. So now we've created a property drawer for the serializable dictionary. Rebuild all those files. We can go into the Unity Dark Matter Studios project. It's going to recompile. Ooh, it did not like that. Alright, well... I wonder if I changed the code too much. Or maybe it possibly needs to be a storage property drawer. All right, I'm all done eating. Gotcha, because this is like an array. That's weird. I don't think I need that. So what I'm thinking is maybe I changed the code too much by trying to clean it up. Let's try to take the original code here. And put it back here. Uh, 373. Yeah, system typo. Wasn't. Not using link anymore. And then we're inheriting from this drawer like this is, and we're putting our custom property drawer on top of that. So we inherit from that drawer our custom property drawer type of saved data. A serializable object of string, comma, object. So I wonder if maybe I changed the code too much by trying to clean it up. I'll have to go actually read through it and see if that was the issue. I was just trying to go quick and I was hungry. Oh, that's fun. Spilling on myself because my lid was not secure. Still doing it. We do have the editor assemblies in there. Let's try exiting and going back in. Just to see if Unity is shitting its pants and we need to refresh the editor. And if not, then we'll just get rid of all that because it was a waste of time. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Well, here's what we do. Get rid of that class. Unload this project. Edit, delete the project. Delete the project from the file system. And delete this serializable dictionary property drawer. And rebuild everything. It's okay, we tried. I'll work on that a different day. That's not super important. That was just to make it look nice in the editor. And yes, we do want to make sure we go in and delete that editor folder. We don't have that editor assembly. And now we are back to working save data showing up in the inspector as expected. Okay. Now let's go ahead and we already exported the packages before, but since we just made a bunch of changes and undid them, let's export it again just in case. Let's get rid of the sandbox project. Don't care. Let's close all those and close that. And now that we have our save system fully working with encryption, compression, hash verification, serialization, you name it, it's there. It's working. Let's get it into the Midnight Sun project. Sorry guys, I was starving. I need to eat really quick, and I still have this boba tea, so that's why I'm being quiet from time to time. But finished eating. We can get back into some real action here. And one thing that's really bothering me, actually, that could probably be back at 40. Yeah, that's better. It was picking up extra noise and turning back on the microphone every once in a while, even if I wasn't talking, which I don't like. You guys probably can't hear that, but I can hear it in my headphones, so it was bothering me. All right, we have done it. We have working everything for our save system. We can close most all of this. Clear all this out, and we'll keep that project or that solution open just in case we need it in the future. And should be able to, whoops, remove our to-do list item for the day because we did it. We accomplished it. Okay, so now let's import our updated package. Mario? So it does need to be type string must be convertible to Unity Engine object in order to use it as a parameter T. So we could go back to just a regular object. We had that's right, it's under save data. We're saying this is, let's just say it's a regular object Don't need any of that anymore. Get rid of this. And then this type of thing will no longer show up in the inspector. That is fine. We didn't want it to anyway. So what we'll do is we'll then do the hide in inspector for everything we don't want to see. We do want to see the ID. We probably want to see actually all of this except for the save data, I guess, and the hash. Probably don't want to see the hash. It doesn't matter. But it does need to be serializable, or serialized field, so that we can actually serialize this class and save it to a disk. Cool. Alright, that's done building. See, we did need the solution still. Let's build it back into the Dark Matter Studios Unity project. Let's re-export the packages. Let's re-import them into the Midnight Sun project, and then we can actually test that our save system is working as we expect it to now. Chat window still working? There we go. I don't know if anyone's been chatting, but I think my chat froze. My streamer bot chat froze, so I couldn't actually see any messages. At least I'm not sure I could. But it looks like it's connected again. Testing. Okay. This part always takes forever. I still need to update this so that it can check whether something was changed or not, and then just export the packages that it needs to export. Just the packages that have been updated, that is. But I guess in this case, because we updated the compression lives in the core package, and every other package actually references that package. So I guess they all needed to technically be rebuilt. So let's go ahead and import the full install addressable URP package back into Midnight Sun, and we, I think, are going to have a fully working save system now. Let's check it out. Let's go, first off, delete any existing saves. And let's go start a new game and see what happens. Oh my. Sorry if that's loud. That's super loud for me. Turn that down a bit. Turn the music down a bit too. We're going to actually turn the music all the way off because we have music in the game. Alright. Then we come in here. We start a new game. Call this Bob. Bob is the goat. And we have started a new game. And we open the save folder. There is Bob's save file. And there's the encrypted data. Perfect. So then and when we stopped, it did in fact see that we had added the current location to the file. the current location of sandbox A. You can see it right here. It's kind of small. But we had added that data to the save file after it was created. And now, when we play again, we should see an existing profile show up. Oh my god, that's super loud again. We should see an existing profile show up on the start game screen. So let's go see if that's true. So on the start game screen, no, we don't have any existing profiles or save files. That's very curious. Let's close all this. Let's go to our file save system. Actually, not in the file save system. What we need is the save manager now. And in the save manager's awake, we should be loading any save files. Let's go ahead and breakpoint that. Add it to Midnight Sun, please. Initializing, go back to Midnight Sun. We enable debugging for this session. And we can then press play. It should try to load the files, and we can then step through what is going wrong. So we press play. It should breakpoint immediately because it's on awake. And now let's step down into this. Step down into that. That's not what I meant to step down into. There we go. So we create a new list of save files. That is empty. Then we're going to check, does this save directory exist? Yes, it does. So we're going to get the directory info of that directory. Here's all the info. Then we're going to get a list of files in that directory, which we have one. It's Bob the Goat's save. And then we're going to try to parse it. So for each file, this is Bob's save. We're going to try to parse it. And let's step down into the try parse. And so we're going to check the path. Does the file exist? We already know that it exists, but we're just double checking. Yes, it does. We're going to read the contents, which is that big, crazy encrypted string. We're then going to decrypt the contents. So decryption failed. Now, why would decryption fail? We got that working. I guess the only reason it would fail is if it's trying to decrypt it with the wrong decryption key. And if that's the case, then yes, we would get back an empty string, and we wouldn't be able to serialize it or deserialize it properly back into a saved file. So, interesting. Now, why would it do that? We don't need that. What we do need is the save system settings. No. No, I'm sorry. This is under the core project, huh? Oh, one other thing I forgot to change back, by the way, is the hash can be internally set, and that way we can't mess with it anymore. Um, but then back up here under encryption, I'm assuming something's going wrong with these encryption keys. And part of that is every time this is created, those are regenerated. And so then if we're using a newly set of generated key and IV pair to decrypt. I see. So when we started the game the first time, we created a new save file. It created a new key and IV to encrypt that data with, correct? Then we stopped playing in the editor and we started playing again, and that created a new set of key and IV. And that is not what we want. Um, what would be a good way to save encryption key? Let's be specific in Unity. Unity engine. Protecting content. Interesting. So, I already kind of read it, but or at least read the summary, I should say. And what it's saying is that I should take the encryption strings, or key and IV, that is, the encryption keys. Let's just call them the encryption keys, and I should store them as a text asset, as bytes. That's an interesting idea. That's not true. I do have control over what can be done with it. But you won't be able to get the encryption key. Now, Kurt, I trust. Kurt knows what he's talking about. I mean, yeah, technically. Hmm. How do I want to do this? I think what I want to do is I want to I think that was in the AES encryption class. So right here, when the AES encryption is created, I was going to write the key and IV to player prefs. That's what I was doing, is just like a quick test. And then that way, if they exist in player prefs, we actually set the key and IV in the encryption keys back to those values so that we get the same value every time the next time that the game boots up. Now, instead of using player prefs, the better thing to do would be to take the key and convert it to bytes, or even encrypt it and write that to disk, I guess. But that might not be good, because then if the player clears the data of their application, they would reset the keys. What they would also clear all their save files by doing that too, so it wouldn't matter. They would reset their keys, and then every save file after that would then be encrypted with the new set of keys that are generated. Sorry, my ear is bugging me from my headphones. Been wearing them for a bit here. Let's see. How do I want to do this? You know what? Let's ask ChatGPT really quick, just for fun. I have an encryption. Let's be very specific. In Unity, I have a save system that encrypts and decrypts serialized data. The encryption generates its own key for encryption / decryption. I want to save this encryption key on a user's device, but in a secure way. My thought is to convert the encryption key string into a byte array and then save that off into player prefs, or even into a text file on the user's device. What do you suggest for handling this type of situation? What do you got to say? So yeah, I already know that. So use secure storage. Yeah, I know that player prefs is not the best, and it does store it in plain text in the registry on Windows, or as a plain text file on other operating systems. So instead, consider using secure storage options. I could encrypt the key before storing it. That's what I was thinking. That adds complexity and may not provide strong security. Uh, and file system, save the key to a file in a secure location on the device's file system. Unity provides methods. Yeah, well, we already know that. That's what we're going to do. So encrypt the encryption key itself before storing it. This ensures that even if the storage is compromised, the key remains protected. Use a secure encryption algorithm like AES with a strong key derivation function uh, to derive a key from a password or another secure source. Access control. Limit access to the stored key to your application only. Restrict file permissions appropriately if using the file system. Here's a basic outline of how you might implement this. So we would give it the encryption key. We would get the bytes from that. We would encrypt the bytes. We get the file path, and then we would write the encrypted key to the file. Yeah, I don't know that I exactly like that. Uh, hmm, 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 hmm. We could even add key expiration and rotation. That's like really going down the rabbit hole. Hmm. Um, so it's saying don't even use player preps. We should probably just write it to a file. So we're doing something like this. In fact, we should do it like this. Doing the directory. The directory. We're going to need two, actually. Existing directory. And the key directory. So this will be a const string key directory. And then we'll fill in the existing directory with this key directory. Add some using statements. Another constant string called key file. Existing file path will be the same thing, except we're going to combine the existing directory with the key file. So this will then be the file path. And if file.exists, what? File. Whoa, what? Since when did they add that to the file system? The ability to encrypt and decrypt? Oh, that's only for Windows. Only for Windows. So if file.exists, the existing file path, if not file exists, then return. Otherwise, we want to... Yo, what's up, Kitty Sushi? How's your weekend going? If the file exists, we then want to read it. Equals file dot read all lines. Oh no. Had to deal with a Karen in retail? Oh man. Those fucking Karens. I'm sorry to hear that. But I'm glad your weekend's going good though. That's good to hear. We'll read the file. I'm just working on my save system here. I actually have it all working, except the problem is that every time I start the game, the encryption keys get regenerated and it's not loading like the last keys that it used. So I'm trying to come up with a kind of quick solution. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I saw you're a web developer. So you got to fix up the CSS because you broke it last night. Oh shoot. You're gonna have to link your website and your profile. I want to check it out. I don't know if you can actually do it here because Twitch will, I think, automatically remove any links. But you could send it in Discord. I'll definitely check it out. Do I want read all lines? Or I just want read all text? I think I just want read all text. So we would read all the text from the existing file. This would then give us the contents. Sure, definitely. I'm not sure what Netlify is. Is that like a hosting site? Web hosting site? I'm pretty simple with my websites. I know how to do web development, but I just usually by hosting. Taco Foxy, what's going on? How's your weekend going? Okay, yeah, so it is web hosting. That's a buffer, huh? What are we talking about? What's a buffer? But what I was saying, Kitty Sushi, I'm pretty simple. I buy hosting and then I set up like WordPress and then I'll just create a WordPress site is what I usually do. I used to do the whole web development thing, but I got lazy. Um, so we'd read the contents. Yeah, yeah, I know. WordPress is bleh. If I really needed something like crazy, then I would take the time to build it. But I just do I'll even show you. Let's see if my site's still up. Yeah, so this is my my personal website. I've got my portfolio of games that I've worked on in here. But this is all just built with WordPress. I'm sorry. I won't show you this. Forget you saw that. You didn't see it. I might have to hit you up though to build me a good website then. Cool, cool. So we read the contents, uh, and then we need to maybe deserialize it. Uh, Sorry, my son's texting me. I guess his girlfriend's coming over. For sure. I don't exactly need anything at the moment, but it I would like to maybe make my personal portfolio look nicer. But I will definitely for my studio and for my games need something cool done as well. So yeah, I'll have to hit you up at a later point when I'm ready to do that. And I'll totally pay you, of course. By the way, I wouldn't ask you to do something for free for me. um, for sure. Yeah, definitely. So we read all the text as a string. Oh, well, I could we could figure out something. If you want to do it for free, I won't complain. But I wouldn't I would feel bad asking someone to do something like that for me for free. So I'll find a way to pay you if I need to. um, so this will then be the serialized string, and then I guess we can uh, maybe make a private class called keys. And this will have a public string key, public string IV, and then from here, maybe we have keys variable equals new. Uh, and then when we generate this, let's put it into the keys class instead, keys.iv. And then we can actually just make these getters to those so that no one can actually set that themselves. Um, and that cannot be read-only because what we're planning to do is if these exist, we want to deserialize them. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't have the Newtonsoft serializer in here. I actually have that in its own thing, and I don't know why. I feel like I should just put that in the core project. I use Newtonsoft over Unity's serialization anyways. So let's do that. Newtonsoft goes there. Serializer goes under the scriptable objects. And we can then delete this Newtonsoft project. Let's unload it. Let's delete it and make sure we delete it from the file system. We can delete this Newtonsoft folder. And oops, now the problem with that I put the project back actually. What was the reference there? The JSON serialize module? I was trying to figure out what was the Newtonsoft reference. How did I reference that? Oh, I installed Newtonsoft into the thing. Okay. So redo removing that, redo refactoring that, redo whatever else I refactored. Oh, it was remove that. Why did removing the folder count as a refactor? For sure. Yeah, that's it would probably take a lot of work anyway. So, but yeah, we'll discuss that at a later point. Don't even trip. But I appreciate you. That is awesome. Um, let's adjust all namespaces. In this package, we then want to add Newtonsoft. Uh, is that done already? I guess that finished already. Yeah, wow, that was quick. And import the reference, and we will deserialize. Oh, cool. What are you going to school for? Computer related stuff? And yeah, what are you going to school for? So we'll deserialize a keys from the contents. Informatics, basic IT stuff. Okay, cool. Yeah, I went for computer science myself, and then got into game development and started doing like getting certifications and stuff for Unity, for Amazon, for Microsoft Azure, that kind of stuff. Uh, and then started making games. These games are awesome. um, so if the file does not exist, we want to serialize it and write it. Else, we will deserialize it. So we will take, we'll just say serialized equals JSON convert dot serialize the keys object, and file dot write all text to the existing file path, the serialized data. Perfect. Okay. And man, I guess I can still make that read only. Oh, that's dope. So now just put this under data, I guess, and we'll call this data.dat. Oh, I appreciate that. Well, I've been doing it for a pretty long time now. I've worked on some big AAA games. I've worked on my own small stuff, and now I really want to get my own studio up and going. So that's kind of what I'm working on is my big first game for that. Um, in hopes that it can be successful and people will like it, and I can then make some money from that to just continue making games. That's the hope, so that I can stop working a full time position or contracts and stuff. What do you want to call this? I'm not quite sure what to call this yet. I guess I don't even need the data directory. We'll just call it data.dat. Uh, this will just be okay. Well, what kind of simulation game are we talking here? I don't want to steal your idea either, so don't give me anything you don't want to tell me. But I wouldn't. Well, I don't mean it like you can't trust me, but if there's something you don't want to tell me, feel you don't have to tell me. But anything you do tell me, I will keep confidential. I will not steal your idea, is what I mean. I have plenty of my own game ideas that I'm trying to work on, so and not enough hours in the day. uh, oh, I guess that can be read only because this is all happening in the constructor still. Gotcha. For sure. I get you. But that's cool. Simulation games are awesome. Um, don't think I need that. Oh, I don't even think I need that to be a variable, is what it's telling me. Okay, so it's kind of like a business simulation game or something like that. Gotcha. Maybe make your own businesses or work for others kind of thing. Yeah, that sounds cool. Those are pretty popular. So it's like Sim City or but like business oriented. Let's just call this path. No, 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 just path. The file exists at path. Or if it does not exist, then write all the text. Uh, yeah. I don't know that Sim City was the best. It was just the first thing that came to mind, I guess. But yeah, like supermarket simulator or like what's that game? The like job simulator. Yeah, some like this game. I don't know if you've ever played that before. It's pretty goofy. So how about we do this? If the file exists, okay. Yeah, I haven't actually played it myself, but it is. I've watched gameplay from it, and it is goofy. uh, there we go. So we get this path, and okay, yeah, cool, cool. Gave you the inspiration of the job idea things. If it could exist, um, this should be if it does exist. Read all the text and deserialize into the keys and return. Else, we serialize the keys and we write it. Maybe I do want to put this in its own directory. Key directory, get the directory, bind it there to get the path. If the file exists at the path, um, what is a random name that we could give this that people would not think it is what it is? What is an obscure name I can use for a keys.dat for a file that contains a secret key, but without alluding to the fact that it is a secret key? Uh, Maybe something simpler than that? That's a quite obscure name. No names that sound secretive. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was doing. Whatever. We'll just keep it like that. Da, 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 da. So we create a directory from the persistent data path and the directory string. We create a path string using that directory and the key file name. If that file exists, we read all of its text and we then deserialize that, the contents of that, back into the keys object and return. Otherwise, we serialize the keys object and we then write the serialized text. Hmm. And first, those are generated so that they are brand new. But then if they exist in a file already, then we get that. No, now the last thing that we need to do before we write it is directory create directory at directory. Because if we try to write to a file in a directory that doesn't exist, we're going to hit an issue. So, and this method will automatically it will automatically create the directories and subdirectories in the path unless they already exist. So if it already exists, it'll just not do anything. Now, I guess we probably shouldn't even make a way for you to generate the keys. That should just be done for you. I wonder if I could even make this internal. Oh shit, nice. This is still, there we go. It was just missing its using statement, I think. Okay, so now that's internal. So you can create a new, you don't even need any of that. The AES encryption has an encryption keys that will automatically be created new. And because it has an internal constructor, this is not something you can create yourself, but you can technically read from the key. Now, who's reading it? Let's also make those internal. So you cannot read from this key or IV unless you are part of the same dynamic library, which will be awesome. So cool. That should all be pretty secure. Now, I guess technically the last thing I could do, if I were to move this out into the AES encryption class, I could technically encrypt and decrypt those strings before writing them. Because right now they'll just be stored as plain text. So, how do we want to do that? Sorry, I'm getting notifications here on my camera, my backdoor camera. I think I got a package. Um, all right, sorry about that. So do we want to put that up in here instead? Maybe that's what we do. It'll still all be internal, but then we can encrypt it. Now the only problem is we have to be able to pass in an encrypt and decrypt method, or we need to create an encrypt and decrypt method that can take in the IV and key to encrypt and decrypt with, and then make our own. Trying to get too fancy here, I think. So what if we basically do all this, but we're going to do it instead. Whoops, not with that. We can close that. Do it all here instead. I think that's how I want to do it. So then I don't need this keys class. That seems Like just an extra redundant class. Goes there. Add all our using statements. That should be the Unity Engine application. And let's do all of this. Basically, we get rid of all of that. Get rid of that. This be key and IV. And those will then be internal set. There we go. Get an internal set. Then let's just get rid of the generate class. I kind of like the generate method. I'll think about that. So then, encryption keys, deserialize the encryption keys, and then serialize the encryption keys. Now, will that work? It should, because those are getters with internal setters. Technically should work. We shall see. We actually don't need to do that because we're doing it in here. I think we just call encryption keys.generate. And technically that happens anyway. Every time it's created, so that's fine. We don't even need that. So we just get the directory, we get the path. If it exists, we're going to read all the text from that file. We're then going to deserialize it back into the encryption keys so that we have the same keys that we used last time. And then here's where we have to get fancy. So we then say serialized equals encrypt the serialized. And this is where we want I think this is where we're going to create our own private methods for this. That can take in a key and IV. Same thing here, string key, string IV. And that should then be key, should then be IV. And then this actually does all the work for us. What we can now do is return decrypt the encrypted with the encryption keys key and encryption keys IV. That way our code all looks nice and clean. And we can actually do the same thing up here as well. Except this would be encrypt the input with that key in IV and make it lambda. Ooh, awesome. So then the public methods just defer to these private static methods down here. And then what I can do is the problem is I need to generate a key in IV that then has to be set as a constant string so that I can use those to serialize and deserialize the encryption keys. That way it's the same every time. Why don't we make like a key generator or something really quick, just for fun. Key generator. Key generator. Key generator. Key generator. We don't need anything else at the moment. And what we want to do, a serialized field per key, and a serialized field for the IV, and make a generate method. Context menu, so we can generate them at any time we want. And just say using var AES equals AES dot create, and then key equals AES dot key. We need to do the convert from base, no, to base 64 string, I think, right? Yeah, like this, basically just that. Boom, that'll be key, that'll be IV, and add the using statement. So now we have a way to generate a key and an IV whenever we want, and that way I can use it for testing, and then off stream, so no one can actually see the key, the real key and IV that I generate, I can then generate those and throw them into the project. Cool, 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 cool. All right, so if we generate, boom, hey, we get this cool key and IV. So that did work. Awesome. In fact, what I could do really quick is let's go to my just chatting scene. That way you guys cannot see my screen, and I can then regenerate those a few times just for the fun of it. And now, go down into this class and make a constant string equals that, and a constant string IV equals this other one, and then I can then pass that in when encrypting. Pass the key and the IV in, so the actual encryption keys themselves then get encrypted, which will make it super confusing. And then when we decrypt, we have to say contents equals JSON convert. No, not JSON convert. Equals decrypt the contents and pass in the key and IV again there so that we're using the same one every time. That converts them automatically from a base64 string. Perfect. Yeah, so now the keys should be encrypted themselves, and you guys do not know my secret code, and we will then remove that object from the scene so I don't ever accidentally do it again. I can always just recreate that, so let's just delete it for now. And everything should be awesome. That's all good, I think. Let's close all those so I don't accidentally show it on stream. Let's build that. And, oh, hold on. I got a warning for something. Dark Matter Studios Unity UI Editor has a warning. Can you show me the warning? The reference project of Newtonsoft is no longer there. Well, yeah, that's correct. I got rid of it. So go delete it. What? It was evaluated from targets? What target is using that? Sorry, this is going to take me a second. No, that should be fine. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Okay, so the UI project itself has a reference to it. Delete it. That goes away. And then the editor no longer has a reference to it either. Everyone's happy. And rebuild. And no warnings. Everything is awesome. Everything is awesome. All right, and then we can go back to the green screen. You guys can see what I'm doing now. And we'll reload the new libraries. And the hash test is going to complain because we cannot mess with the hash anymore, and that's fine because I already got all that working. I don't need to test it anymore. We'll just delete it. We'll delete the object from the scene. And we'll save. And where am I calling this from a... So, shoot. I gotta go check out one more thing. The scriptable object. Gotcha. So it wants me instead to on enable. That's when we set it to a new AES encryption. And other than that, we do not do anything with it because then it won't automatically be called in the editor. It'll only be called in on enable. And then that's when it will try to get the application's persistent data path. Alright, so that should fix that issue. Close that. Back into the Dark Matter Studios project. And we did not get another error. That one happened 2 minutes ago, so cool. It looks like that worked. Let's save this, let's export the tools, and let's go test out our save system in Midnight Sun. We should now have a fully working save system with serialization, compression, encryption, and hash verification. All the nicety features that are probably super way overkill, but it will make it so that no one can technically cheat at the game. Even if they were to figure out the encryption key and de-encrypt their save file and then try to make changes to it, the hash verification, when it goes through its verification process, that changed file would not hash the same, and it will then not allow that file to exist, or it won't allow it to be read into the game because it'll know that someone made changes to it. That should probably not happen because it'll be encrypted anyways. So like 99% of people are not going to be able to figure out how to decrypt it. And the 1% that do, kudos to them for figuring out how to decrypt it. But they will not be able to make changes to it because the hash system will then know that it was not hashed, or that it does not match the original file. Perfect. Okay, so that's there. Let's go here, import the custom package, import that. All right, our encryption keys should now be all secure and set up correctly. No errors, just the warnings for some stuff I have to go fix later. And if we go to our persistent data, here is our keys. And these are actually encrypted, so those aren't the real keys. Those are encrypted and have to be decrypted first before you can actually get the real key. And then that's what's used to decrypt a save file. So let's go ahead and delete Bob's save file, and let's test this out. So we will play. Make that nice and big. And we are going to go through the process of making a new game. Alright, so we'll start a new game. This will be for Kitty Sushi. And we start our new game. Everything is great. We stop playing. Kitty Sushi's save file was dirty because it had data added to it, so it was then resaved. We can then go in there. We can see Kitty Sushi's save file. And we can open it up, and it's now fully encrypted, which is awesome, because now you can't do anything with that. Then, if we play the game again, when we get back to the... sorry, this splash screen is so loud in my ears. So when we get back to the start game screen, there should be an existing profile for Kitty Sushi's save file. Now, it doesn't actually show that it's for Kitty Sushi, but we will make that happen next. Oh shit, so it's still not reading it. It's still not reading the save files. That is quite interesting. Hold on 1 second. Why did it do that? Let's go check out our file save system. Specifically, I know where this is happening. It's probably down here in the try parse. And I have a feeling that it's not being encrypted or decrypted correctly. Let's add a breakpoint there. We'll debug, and we will play, and we should hit the breakpoint right away. Perfect. We don't actually need that breakpoint, we need the next one. So here is the path for Kitty Sushi's save file, and we made it past this, so the file does exist. So now we're going to read the contents, and we did get back that huge encrypted string. Now we're going to decrypt the contents, and we're still getting back an empty string. That is curious. Why would we get back an empty string? That is most curious. It should now be decrypting with the correct let's let it continue running. We'll stop it again. We'll start it again. And let's go down into the decryption process and see what's going on. We can skip that. Go to there. Go down into the decrypt method. It might have something to do with the fact that I'm creating, or I'm checking if the object's null here, and then creating it. Let's go down into that. Don't look at those keys. I'm going to have to regenerate them now. Down into that method. We have the encrypted string. We get back the encrypted bytes. We create a new AES object. We have the key and IV. And I should probably make note of those. And then after all this is working, we'll regenerate it so it's all secure. But I should probably make note of these. So I guess GBL and 6LJ. And if we do this process again, those should technically be exactly the same. Oh, they're right here too. Then we create a decryptor. We're going to decrypt the bytes. And we're hitting an exception. That's what's going wrong. Throw bad padding exception. Most curious. Let's do this. Will not type, apparently. So... Can I please... copy that value and put it there. Issue with the padding mode during decryption. Requires that the padding mode matches between encryption and decryption. You're not explicitly specifying the padding mode for AES. Different libraries and platforms might use different default padding modes. Explicitly specify the padding mode used during encryption when you create the decryptor. Am I specifying a padding mode when I create the encryptor? I don't think so. Gotcha. What is the best padding mode to use for encryption? So probably PKCS7 is the most recommended. So we will set the padding mode there. And we will set the padding mode there. And we will rebuild this code and see if that fixes our problem. Interesting that it had an issue. Yo, what's up, Tiago? How are you doing? How's your weekend going? Yeah, so I had the encryption working. I was very close, and it's giving me an error that basically I encrypted it with one set of padding and then tried to decrypt it with another set of padding, but I wasn't specifying the padding to begin with, so it should have just been using whatever the default was. I'm not exactly sure why it's complaining about that, because I actually have an encryption test here that will show that it is working, or it should be working, I hope. Oh, I didn't even spell that right. Encryption. Okay, so we have this encryption test, and I can write anything that I want in here. So we'll say Tiago is awesome, and then we will right click and encrypt, and it's going to give us an encrypted output. So it took this sentence of Tiago is awesome and encrypted it to this random gibberish sentence, right? And now we can right click and decrypt, and the decrypted output should then match the Tiago is awesome. And it does. So encryption is working. I'm not sure why it's mad. Well, I guess I just fixed the padding, but that was working before I added this padding mode in. But we're going to just do that now for good measure and see if that fixes our issue. Because because we're pretty close. We have the save system now fully working. The save system can serialize your data. It can then compress that data. It can then encrypt that data, and then create a hash key code from that data that it can use for verification purposes. Then the save system can load the encrypted data. It can decrypt it, decompress it, use hash verification to make sure that no changes were made to the save file, and then it should load it in as an actual save file in the project. So we're pretty close here. I finally got it all mostly working. So yeah. How is your weekend going? Is there something happening tomorrow that I don't remember about? I hope not. Okay, so we've now specified that. Let's pull it into the other project. Couldn't decompress package. Well, that doesn't make sense. Can we try again? Okay, let's re-export the packages. That's annoying. I guess it did not export properly. Honestly, I really don't need to encrypt the save data. It's for the purposes of preventing cheating, as well as maybe I'm not making a game. Maybe I'm making an application that deals with like secure data, like saving a user's username and password to log them in automatically. So that kind of data I would want to be encrypted, so it's not just stored in plain text on someone's device. Um, for gaming purposes, which is where I'm actually using it, it probably doesn't make sense to use it whatsoever. I just wanted to be fancy and include it in the save system. And yeah. Ooh, dope. Nice festival in Lisbon this month. What kind of festival? But yeah, to answer your question, it's probably not needed. But it would be needed if I was making an application that required like saving a user's credentials or even credit card information or something like that. I don't ever want to see the user's data. So even if I were to save like users' credentials onto my game server, I would still have it encrypted locally on the user's device before sending it to my server. That way, it's stored on my server in a way that even I myself wouldn't be able to go in and look at it, because the encryption keys are randomly generated, basically. Um, Whoops, that's not what I meant. But it does look like it's working now. So let's do that. And in fact, I'm wondering if let me delete this whole folder just in case. Yeah, of course. If you have any questions, let me know. I'm happy to answer it. But yeah, for gaming purposes, I guess I had the idea of preventing cheating. So preventing a gamer from opening their save file and like changing their level from level 1 to 100. Um, in order to do that, you would first have to figure out how to decrypt your save file. And that's probably overkill. It's definitely probably not needed for gaming purposes. But I don't just do game development, I guess. But that's what I would like to only do. um, okay, import that. Get rid of all these errors. Nice, nice. Best time in Lisbon. So, but what is the festival for? I just went to a like a Greek festival the other day. Outside of the stream, I have worked for a few AAA studios like Turn 10 Studios under Microsoft and Xbox. So I worked on the last Forza Motorsport, as well as I do contracting work and stuff for clients. Um, and now I'm just trying to kind of branch out and do my own thing and start my own business or my own game studio. Uh, but yeah, I've done all sorts of other development and stuff. I've made business applications. I made a software for like martial arts studios to kind of manage their business, do their accounting, keep track of attendance, handle point of sale. Um, I've made business applications, like I made an application called Air Everywhere, and that was kind of like Pokemon Go, but for businesses. So you could kind of walk around with your phone in front of a business, and like information for that business would then show up in augmented reality on your phone. So yeah, I've done all sorts of stuff. Okay, I think we are back to what we wanted. Let's delete Kitty Sushi's save file. So the festival is to celebrate a saint somehow. You drink a lot of alcohol, eat sardines, and you hear some traditional music, which is amazing. That sounds dope. Yeah, yeah. Well, so that app I developed for a company called Air Everywhere, and the company never really went forward with it after that. I think it's still in existence. Let's see, Air Everywhere. So yeah, they're still in existence, but they're still figuring out how they want to move forward with that. But this is the company that I developed that app for, is Air Everywhere. But dude, that festival sounds awesome. I want to go drink alcohol and eat sardines while listening to music. That's kind of the Greek festival that I just went to the other day. Um, Basically, just lots of live music, alcohol, and wonderful food. Uh, okay, so we want to make sure we don't have any saves. We should, as you saw, encryption and decryption is working. Let me turn that down. It's very loud in my ears. Turn it back up now. Uh, so we should be able to go in, start a new game, which will then save our, or create a save file, and then we can just exit the game. So we'll go in here and make this Tiago Moraz. So we have started a new game. That created a new save file and has loaded us into the sandbox location, which then added that location to our save file. So when we stop playing, it will see that the save file was dirty. Here is the the backup, and you can see that the current location was then set to sandbox A. So that's the data that we added to the save file, because before it was just empty. It didn't have anything in it other than like the metadata. And we compressed that backup, we encrypted the backup, and we wrote it to a file. And then we saved the actual save file. So right here, here's the Tiago save file, and we can open this up, and instead of actually seeing all the game data, it's just this big gibberish encryption string. So a player could not open up their save file and say change their level from 1 to 100. So yeah, now we have saved that file. We should be able to start the game again. Yeah, so no hacking in my game, but it's still technically possible. There are ways. There's also like memory injection stuff. There's all sorts of other ways that you could do that. So now that we have that save file, so you can see it still exists here. Hopefully it shows up here, and it does not. Well, shit. So something's still going wrong with the encryption process, because when we start, we should be able to see Tiago's existing profile show up here. So let's see if go ahead and breakpoint right there on the decrypt. I have a feeling it's still the decryption that's breaking, even though we added this padding. And even though we tested if encryption and decryption is fully working or not. So when we play, we should hit that breakpoint almost immediately. And we do. So here is the encrypted string of your save file. We then get the encrypted bytes of it. Then we create a new AES object. We pass in the key and IV. We tell it to use the same padding mode that we use up here, basically the same exact line, use that padding mode. We create a decryptor, and we try to get the decrypted bytes, and that actually worked. Shut up. It worked. Yeah, Gooby? You're hungry? Okay, give me a minute. My cat has come to tell me that she's hungry. Interesting that actually worked. No, I think it returned. So here's the decryptor. It might have looked null because I hadn't passed that line yet. So while the execution arrow was still on that line, that would have been null. But then once we pass that line, that means that line has then been executed. So you can see the decryptor is not null, and the decrypted bytes are not null. We did get the decrypted byte array. And then we're just taking that decrypted byte array and returning it as a string. So up here in our file save system, we should, I think, hit this breakpoint next. So if I what were we just decrypting? We might have been decrypting the encryption keys to begin with. Yeah, okay, so this is now your save file. The other thing was not your save file. But so you can see where the execution is paused at the beginning of this line. So these encrypted bytes are null at the moment. And then if I step over that line, so it moves the execution arrow down, you'll see that's no longer null. It's actually executed that line of code. But so let's go through this. So it was able to encrypt and decrypt the encryption keys. Interesting. So then here we create a decryptor. That worked. And we step over that, and there's our exception. And so we're getting a bad padding exception. So it's not that the padding is wrong or doesn't match. Now it's saying that there's an invalid length of 183. Interesting. So let's copy that. I updated, so I'm typing into ChatGPT here because I'm asking ChatGPT for help. I updated the code to use PKCS7 padding as suggested. Can't spell suggested. And now I am receiving this exception. No, that's not what I wanted to copy. Here. Exception. Where's the exception? Let's just copy the message value. So typically indicates that there's a mismatch between the expected decrypted data length and what the padding suggests. This mismatch often occurs when the padding itself is incorrect or when the encrypted data has been corrupted or tampered with. But we haven't tampered with it or corrupted it. I don't know how it could get corrupted. Ensure that the parameters used during encryption match exactly with those used during decryption. I don't know if you guys heard that. It was a loud-ass fire truck that just went by. So, ensure the same key is used for encryption and decryption. It should be. That might be the problem, though. Ensure the same initialization vector is used for encryption and decryption. It should be. And they should both be using the same padding mode. They should be. Ooh. So verify that the length of the encrypted data matches expectations. The encrypted data length should be a multiple of the block size, typically 16 bytes for AES. If the length is incorrect, it could lead to padding errors during decryption. Ensure that the decrypted data length is correct after decryption. You may need to trim the padding bytes manually if your decryption library does not automatically handle this. I don't know that that makes sense to me. Like it does, but the problem is I should be using it should be using the same key for both encryption and decryption and the same IV. We've actually tested that, and we can in fact encrypt and decrypt something. Uh so okay. Let me think about this for a second. I'm going to step away. Now is a good time to go get some water, get some snacks, whatever you want to do. Take a stretch break. I'm going to step away for a minute to feed my cats. They're you guys probably can't hear it, but they like to come up here behind me and meow at me when they're hungry, um, and lick their lips and everything. So so I'm going to step away really quick. I will be right back, and I will be thinking about this problem and how I want to solve it while I do that. So I'll be right back in a few moments. even. All right, guys, I'm back. I think I might be taking off though. We'll just go to chatting mode actually. I think this might be a problem for another day, but I do have a friend named Goobies. Ah! She's trying to escape. Goobies, come on. I just want you to say hi. Just say hi, please. Say hi. Say hi to the camera. Oh, my good girl, Goobies. Say hi. This is Goobies. This is my bestest cat ever. I love her so much. She's so sweet. But right now she just wants to run away from me. So this is all you guys get. We're gonna say bye and we're gonna end the stream here. And I'm gonna let my goobies go. Okay, okay, go ahead. Go ahead. She's gonna climb up through the stairs. Oh my gosh. I got her tail. I got your tail. But yeah. So I think I'm gonna call it there. I've been going for what, maybe almost 7 hours now. How long have we been going? 6.5 hours. Wow, that's pretty good. Nice short 6.5 hour stream. But yeah, so we're still getting this exception with the bad padding. I'm not quite sure what that is. Maybe I need to use a different type of padding. Maybe I shouldn't use any padding whatsoever, actually. And maybe that would then help. I'm not entirely sure. I'm going to have to do some Google research on that and figure out how best to solve that. Maybe it has to do with me not using the right key in IV when I'm decrypting the save file. Maybe I'm using a differently generated key in IV. So I'll have to verify that as well. So I have a few ideas of why this is breaking. It's not even really needed. So I think next time I'm really going to try to get back to the game itself. Because I don't want to just keep boring you guys with this encryption, decryption, save file stuff. It's probably gets pretty boring after a while. And in fact, I'm bored just doing it. So, but anyways, I appreciate you guys for hanging out. I hope you guys checked out the Metallica Fortnite concert. If not, check out the VOD. I'm not sure if that part will get muted or not because it technically is copyright music. Hopefully not. But yeah, check out the VOD. When we first started streaming, about 10 minutes in, we were checking out the Metallica concert. It was pretty badass. It was a little short-lived, and maybe that's just because I'm a huge Metallica fan, and it just kind of felt like the songs were a little too quick, and I really was left wanting more. But that also tells me I really enjoyed it. It was awesome. You guys should check it out too. And I hope to see you guys around. I don't know if I'll be streaming or not tomorrow. I think I have family stuff going on. But I will definitely be back on Monday for sure. So hope you guys all have a great rest of your weekend if I don't see you tomorrow. And I will be back Monday. And yeah, peace out.